Welcome to this special episode of Boring Conversations, where we engage with, some of the most thought-provoking, mind-shaping contemporary literature and social discourse. Today, I'm honored to have as our guest Ugochukwu Anadi, a mechatronic engineer and a dynamic voice in the Nigerian literary space. His works, traverse different forms of intersections, from activism to identity to folklore, and to a large extent, existential philosophy. His writings, which mainly explore themes such as, human sexuality, sexual orientation, climate change, traditional religions, and the ways in which we ordinarily should come to understand that, as well as, different religious thoughts, but not restricted to that particular field. He also talks about human rights, and have been published in, lots of journals, from Brittle Paper to Kalahari Review to Brilliant Flash Fiction to Afro Critic. These are just, a few prints where you can ordinarily get to find his work. He won the Nelson Mandela's Peace Prize as awarded by IHRAF USA for an essay on human rights, and was longlisted for the Africa 2050 Climate Fiction Prize. Ugochukwu is an insightful writer, poet, and literary critic whose works engage with some of the most pressing issues of our time. As we've mentioned before, issues ranging from climate change to queerness to patriarchy and the evolving landscape of Nigerian identity and storytelling. His storytelling is laced with serious artistic endeavors as well as activism, and you get to see the fire in his voice, and he is a promising instrument of advocacy, questioning norms, you can say, and challenging structures that have long defined the Nigerian socio political situations. His works have cut across different themes and different concerns, and it is for reasons like this we are here today to talk about these works of his, from whole ideas tied to patriarchy and whole ideas tied to the things ordinarily we have come to now accept. Where Africa's literature is at the moment, the intersection with diaspora, the interplay of politics back home, and ordinarily the role and duties of writers down there. He has done some excellent reviews, and he has been very active when it comes to ordinarily saying his mind and saying his mind in and about geared towards the truth. I'm excited for this conversation as it promises to be a deep and reflective engagement with one of Nigeria's most fearless literary voices. Ugochukwu, welcome to Boring Conversations.
Thank you for all the praises. I was listening, I was thinking, okay, is that me or is that someone else? Thank you for having
Um,
me.
yeah, it's been a conversation we've planned for a very long time, and I thank whatsoever gods there may be for making it a reality today. And here we are. We're talking about, or we are hoping to talk about, things that we have been talking about either personally on our different platforms, or connected one way or the other, either through calls or through messages and stuff like that. You are in Nigeria. You are currently a literary critic, and you're a poet. Though for some time now, you came back and then you went back again, and like, let me just show you guys that I still do this stuff, and then you put out some stuff down there, and you're like, okay, in the voice of Acme, up, Chuba- so up, so stuff like that. Have you always been a poet? Was that the first stuff you did, or is it something that came later, or it's something that almost have been there alongside you writing?
In essence, I don't really think of myself as a poet. I mean, I've written some poetry, maybe even won an award or listed for something for poetry. But I do not really think of myself as a poet. I came to poetry more out of curiosity. So it's more out of reading poems and feeling like, maybe I can do this, maybe I can write this. And then some of the initial poems I wrote kind of received some good, we are received, by some of the people you look up to, and they are like, oh, this is good, this is good. Even one of them I can remember was listed in Brittle Paper as one of their best poems of the year. I think that should be 2019 or something. Yeah, so and I was like, okay, maybe I'm a poet. I was like, maybe I'm a poet, but recently I found out that no, I am not. I mean, once in a while I may dabble into it and write something that is readable, but no, I am not. I think more of myself as someone who loves poetry than someone who is actively a poet himself. So I'm more likely to
Okay.
do a good work reviewing and critiquing poetry than writing poetry itself.
Okay. I would also like to get to ask what makes a poet a poet.
Well, I I don't think that every single person who writes poetry is a poet. Almost every single person can write something that may be called poetry. And I believe that
Yeah.
to be a poet, you have to be consistently producing good, if not great, because there are not really a lot of great poetry, but then good poems. So it's not about producing one good poem and then going away, or about producing some mediocre. My mother said and my father said, and then you say they're a poet. No, I don't think that is what makes someone a poet in the first place.
Oh, wow. But now you get to see yourself more as a reviewer, a book critic, and stuff like that. How has that been for you in recent times, and how did you come about such craft?
Okay, the thing is that I've always been a reader. So even even as a science student back then in secondary school, I've always been a reader. I can remember I was in my SS2 when the literature students, me, I was a science student because I studied engineering. So in secondary school, when the literature students, they were given Native Son by is it Richard Reed or Richard Wright? I don't know how to pronounce this.
Richard Wright,
Richard.
right. Richard Wright, yeah.
So they were given Native Son by Richard Wright to read and summarize. And many of them were complaining that the book was too voluminous, which I do not think it is.
That is what I wanted to say also. I was a science student also, but I happen to like almost like follow with the kind of things you do. Like I dabble into the arts from the sciences, and as at that age, I also felt the book was quite big. And the ones had ordinarily had in our library were, well, I say the plagiarized version or the Nigerian version. They were like printed from A4, so it made matters even worse. They were like bigger than it ordinarily should be itself. So that kind of stuff.
So,
Yeah.
so like that, in secondary school, I did follow literature students. I read a lot of their recommended texts, especially when it comes to novels and then sometimes poetry. I avoided plays because I couldn't understand plays then, which is funny because right now, one of the major things I do now is working as a contributor, theater critic, and this thing for the African Theater Magazine. But then in secondary school,
Okay.
I do not understand. I did not understand play. Like the whole thing was just foreign to me. But I tried to follow up on their novels and poetry. And Richard Wright's Native Son was, I think that was in my SS2, was recommended for the literature students to read. And literature teacher was like, they should write a summary of the work. So I can remember a friend of mine who was a literature student, you know, after I borrowed his book and read it, and I was narrating to him, what happened. Because I kind of fell in love with Bigger Thomas with all his flaws and impulsive actions and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I found in him a very well-rounded character. So I was talking this very excitedly about Bigger Thomas, his fears and everything, and kind of maybe exonerating him from the crime he has committed. And this my friend was like, since you know all these things about the novel, you should just write the review for me. I think you're
Okay.
going to write a 2-page review or something, not something, not up to 1,000 words. So and I did the review, not the review, summary, sorry, and I did the summary. I think of it as one of the earliest times I dabbled into what later grew up to be literary review. But the most direct link I can draw to my journey as a reviewer and critic is from Philip Femi Philip Morgan. I don't know whether you know him,
Okay. Yeah. I know
Nigerian
Morgan.
poet. So that should be my second year in the university, if I remember correctly. I happened to stumble upon his first short book of poetry, which he wrote as an undergraduate then. And I can remember I finished reading this poem, some of the poems in the collection in the short book, and then I sent him a long message on Facebook. So in that message, I was literally critiquing the poems I read from his short book without even knowing that that was what I was doing. I was just relating to him what I felt about the whole this thing. And then Femi replied, I think the next day, and was like, "Wow, this is very insightful, and that with little editing, that this can stand as a review." And I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." So he sent it to, I've forgotten the name of this other guy that runs a blog, a literary blog, and the guy edited it and published it. I think that was my first review ever. So Femi later got back to me and said, have you ever thought about, being a book reviewer, just reviewing books and publishing the review? And I said, no, I've not thought about it. So I should look into it. I think he even sent me some links to book reviews to read and see how it is done. So I just went back, I started reading book reviews, and Femi got me my first review work. And I remember when I did the review and then it was paid for, I was like, wow, okay, this may be this may be something interesting. So I think that is the most direct link to how I came into review and criticism.
Wow. It's like it's not really accidental, at least not in the sense of was he a Rufai, the accidental civil servant?
I wouldn't, I
At least it's not in.
wouldn't say, I wouldn't say it was
It's
accidental. Of course, it was not intentional, but it's not every time that
sure.
unintentionality equals accidentality, because the fact that
Yeah.
something I've already been immersed into, just that I've not given it a framework. You just when you're just gathering and gathering and gathering, but you have not structured what you have been gathering. So I think I've always been
Sure.
gathering because beyond then, I do read scholarly essays. I do read scholarly
Mm-hmm.
essays on literature. I mean, I read people like Papata, I read Akwanya, and just beyond before even all these Abiola really and all those people. So I don't think it's really as lengthy. It's more like Femi helped me structure what I've been gathering and what I've been gathering and left scattering. So he helped me structure it and gave it a form and made it look more like something you can do more seriously beyond being a hobby.
Yeah. Wow. Your take on issues the likes of ritual killing. It's something that I'd read a whole lot about what you've been putting out before, even before I reached out to you, as it concerns one particular one that really caught my attention. It was just like me reading the words out of my mouth. When you come to meet somebody's work and you're like, this is what I've been thinking about, and somebody like this has already like just completely said this stuff. Someone like James Baldwin also comes up with that particular analogy that you think you're the greatest sufferer, you think you're the greatest person ordinarily going through something, and then you read books, and then you see that wow, these things also have been experienced by other people, and even worse than currently what you're facing, and also the idea of we finding ourselves in people. So when when I see things the likes of that and the current hike in the whole idea of ritual killing, as to the efficacy is a conversation for another day. What drives people to get to that particular point to tell themselves that my well-being is ordinarily better than the well-being of the next person, and so I should unalive this person just to ordinarily get a better life?
I think ritual killing as a whole is something that is kind of complex. So for example, you look at what drives people. Of course, it is the search for wealth. Most times, people want to make money at whatever cost, and and the society encourages this, right? The society encourages this. So
Yeah.
when you go on social media, for example, you're hearing of Anambra money, you're hearing of Anambra money, you're hearing of
Hmm.
Ugochukwu and all that, and these are just ostentatious display of wealth, and then they have the idea that people's source of wealth should not be
Sure.
questioned. That people's source of wealth, so you have memes and comedies very acts of did you question my source of poverty? Why are you not questioning my source of wealth? And all that. So there is that drive. There is
Mm-hmm.
that drive to make it, and there is a sense in which you are not fully a human being in our area until you have
Mm-hmm.
money, not just enough for yourself, not just enough to take care of your immediate needs, but enough to throw around and maybe even use it to oppress people. So the fact that you can feed yourself well, the fact that you can dress well, and maybe get yourself a comfortable accommodation. It's not really enough these days. You have to be able to to wake up and say, I'm giving everybody here 1 million naira, or come to a wedding and at a spot through ones of note that may you know reach up to millions of naira. So there is that drive whereby
Mm-hmm.
the human dignity is now dependent on how much he's able to throw away. Not just how much he's able to make for himself, but to throw around. Now, to be able to present yourself in the society as a dignified member of the society, as a person of substance, as somebody worth listening to, the drive is to make as much
Yeah.
money as possible. The earlier, the better. The means notwithstanding, everything is about the end. So, for example, you come to the village, a 19-year-old boy who just maybe finished secondary school 2 years before. They said that okay, this person finished secondary school 2 years prior to this, and then he went to learn trading. And within 2 years of learning trading, this boy has come back to the village. He has demolished their old two rooms and parlor, built a two-story building, bought cars for himself and for the parents, opened or expanded the shops and businesses of the elder siblings. And this is a 19-year-old boy who finished secondary school 2 years ago and learned trading for only 2 years. So you begin to wonder what sort of trading you will learn in those 2 years that will give you that kind of amount.
Mm-hmm.
But, but nobody questions this. In fact, to question it is to be the jealous person, is to be the wicked person who is an enemy of progress. So asige yabo bonyebula munzu. So you don't have the money and then you're not happy for somebody who not happy for somebody who has been able to make the money. So that I think is the greatest driver. It's the greatest driver to every form of crime we see. Call it ritual killing, call it internet fraudster, Yahoo, and everything. That's stealing, kidnapping. That is the greatest uh, driver to all this. So you begin to see that even sometimes we tend to excuse these things. I mean, okay, everybody still frowns at ritual killing, but the way we excuse what we call Yahoo, which is internet fraud, is very alarming. They'll be like, oh, he's just a Yahoo boy, and he's just a Yahoo boy becomes, is no longer a crime. It no longer violates our sense of morality. But the point is that most of these people we refer to as Yahoo boys are not Yahoo boys because they don't. I mean, you see, with their poor graphs of the English language that they will use, can they even write a convincing email? Let's say they want to do African Prince of a thing. Can they even write a convincing email? So you begin to see that they do not have that tool. They do not have that tool to even convince somebody, to even scam somebody. So it is not. It becomes clear that these people are not even internet fraudsters. It's just that because internet fraud has been normalized, has been excused, you say that we are fighting back for what they did to our ancestors and all that. So because this has been normalized, every other form of crime now, we now comes under internet, under Yahoo, including the ritual killing of a thing. So somebody who is into ritual killing is also a Yahoo boy. He presents himself as a Yahoo boy, and we celebrate him as a Yahoo boy. We call him a new taker, and we celebrate him because he's a new taker. He comes to the club, he shuts down the club, and he's doing his thing as the new taker. So this drive, the inability for us to question people's source of wealth and the centralization of wealth as the only thing it takes to be human. We have no value today except financial value. So that's, I think, is the biggest driver. And of course, there is the place of lack of compassion, that lack of human empathy, because you have to be soulless. You have to be soulless to see a fellow human being walking the road, and then you take this person, cut his or her head, and in the name of ritual killing, because you want to make money. It takes some level of soullessness and selfishness to get that. And I think that's one of the things stories can help correct, because story can help show that this person is just as human as you are. Now, when we go beyond the society's praise of wealth, no matter how it is acquired, when we go beyond that as a driver, we also begin to see the place of belief, belief systems, and how they affect these things. I have forgotten the philosopher who said that anyone who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. So if you believe that somehow you cut off this person's head, maybe put it in a calabash, put it in your cupboard, chant one or two things, and money begins to fall into your account, in whatever denomination, with the central bank of Nigeria, serial number, and everything. So, so if you believe in such an absurdity, then you can commit the atrocity that is necessary to, do that. But before then, uh, I think what happens when we say ritual killing is that we begin to lump a lot of things together. So some of these people are into the business of human trafficking. So that's exactly what some of them do. They are human traffickers. They are into the business of illegal harvest of human organs for whatever purpose, maybe for medical purposes or whatever. But that's just human trafficking and trading in human body parts. So that is what some of these people we call ritual killers are. So, but of course, it serves them. It serves them better if what they do is mystified under ritual killing, whereby you chase somebody and then you make money. It serves them better because it's like a red herring. It distracts us from the main thing that is happening. It distracts us from the fact that there is a ring of people, maybe a cartel that is involved in kidnapping people, taking their body parts, organs, maybe for transplant or whatever medical, maybe even research purposes that they need it for. So it distracts us from this and how to look at this and how to stop this, because we are focusing on one baba in the forest who is using who they will
That
give
may
it
not even exist.
exactly. So that is one part of it. So there is this other part of this. Some of these people just being the thing in Nigeria is that it is very difficult to know who is a serial killer in Nigeria, because a serial killer in Nigeria is a ritualist. That is the point. So some of these people are just mentally disturbed. I think the only first time we recorded the case of a serial killer was in the case of Clifford Orji. And I know that
Yeah.
before it was discovered, many people believed that people who were disappearing were being used for ritual purposes, right? Even though in the case of Clifford Orji, it was also said that he do supply human body parts to some, uh, what would they call it, native doctors or whatever they call themselves, who use it to prepare whatever sham. But the main thing is that Clifford was a serial killer who was also a carnival. So Clifford basically kidnaps people, not for ransom or
Yeah.
anything, but to kill them and cook and eat their body. So some of these disappearances also we attribute to serial to ritual killing. But also be this case of somebody who is
Yeah.
mentally, unstable and goes about killing people, maybe just for the fun of it,
Yeah.
for the excitement that comes from it, or maybe even for their meat. So that is another thing that we are overlooking when we try to say that everything is ritual killing. Then of course there is also the
I think
issue
this
of
person pointed. I said, some African China also sang about it. Another one where they happen
yes,
now
well,
about
African
Clifford.
about
You
about
carry
yeah,
that man where they shop man body.
body.
Yeah, so stuff like that.
So and then we also have the issue of people who are just assassins hired by whatever forces to assassinate their enemies, or maybe people who are obstructing them, people who they see as obstacle to whatever they want to do. And so these people are just assassins, and the perfect cover they need for their work as assassins is the ritual killing of a thing, so that when this person misses, we are not investigating whether somebody somewhere wanted him dead, somebody somewhere who is an enemy, who is a business rival or whatever wanted him dead. We simply say that, oh, ritual killers have taken this person. So there is that aspect of assassination. But then there is also the aspect of people who really believe that if I kill this girl and cut off her breast, or I kill this man, take his eyes, or whatever, and put it in a calabash and chant one or two things, that money comes. And this belief have different forms. So there is the form of using it for what they call an awele. So so there is this form of awele whereby I bring this body parts, and the spiritualist in charge does whatever incantations, whatever spiritual stuff he has to do, and then my business, but this one is for people who actually have a legitimate business that they are doing. Man, actually, so they have a legitimate business that doing, but then they believe that they have to add sham to it to advance, to succeed. So this one is that I bring whatever it is that is required, right? And then this away of it now means that I begin to get more customers. So if this person has a legitimate business, maybe he's selling electronics, and then he goes, they say get a virgin, he gets a virgin, he buries the virgin alive, and then builds the foundation of his electronics complex, upon this virgin. But in the belief that it brings more customers, which means my market will sell faster and better than every other person. So there is that aspect of that one. And that one is even more dangerous in the sense that, of course, somebody who can go to this extent to succeed in business is already somebody who is driven by success. He has that will and determination to succeed, and maybe he even has the discipline to succeed. So this person will certainly, given the right circumstances, succeed, with or without burying that person.
Succeed.
Because to be convinced and go to the extent, the whole job, the whole stress, the whole secrecy, and everything required to acquire a virgin, bury this person alive, and then build my business complex or my shopping complex upon it means that I'm determined, I'm driven, I have that will, and maybe even the discipline to succeed. So it means that I will apply the right business ethics. And when I apply the right business ethics, or every other thing being equal, I am going to succeed. And then when this person succeeds, it becomes another proof that this ritual killing works. And what it does is that it convinces the Nwa boy who knows that this was what happened to also go
Yeah.
and look for an innocent virgin and kill when he wants to start his own business. This person's success, which is independent of the fact that he buried whatever he buried, is now wholly attributed to this. Nobody decides the Nwa boy who is copying does not want to study this person's business ethics, does not want to study how this person collaborates with other players in that particular sector. The only thing he knows is that he buried a virgin, and then a virgin it is. So that is one aspect of it. Then there is this aspect of people who are totally jobless, and this is the one we see mostly in the young people. So somebody who is almost totally jobless, or maybe doing one thing managing, who now believes that I will go kidnap somebody, kill the person, lock the person in my wardrobe, and every morning I chant one or two things, and I don't know whether the money will fall from above or the person will vomit the money and all that. So and that's also what we see in Nollywood. So you see in Nollywood whereby this person is kidnapped and tied up and kept in the
Kanayo,
wardrobe. Exactly.
Kanayo. Na
So Ghana,
sacrifice.
so Ghana comes in the night, the dead of the night, when the rest of his family is asleep. He enters his secret room, opens this wardrobe, starts chanting, and then the corpse literally starts vomiting money. So we have that aspect, and we have people, we have we have a very uncritical mass of people who watches this, and they will tell you that if it didn't happen, it will not be acted. So they do not understand the place of fiction. They do not understand the place of fantasy in this thing. So this person goes and ties this person and then starts chanting so that money so from which bank will the money be vomited? From which bank? So
You
you
get
see
the point.
so, exactly. So you see that group of people, for example. And the thing with ritual killing is that it is like penis enlargement of a thing. If I go and buy a penis enlargement cream and I use it and it does not work, how do I give it a negative review? How do I tell people that this cream is not working, that they should not buy it? So if I go and do ritual killing, I kill
It's like the
somebody.
biggest hoax of our
Exactly.
time.
So if I go and kill somebody and then the person is not permitting money, how do I come and tell people, no, don't kill anybody, nobody, the person I kill is not permitting money. So you have to keep silent. And the silence is also part of it. That shame that comes with it. So the only people who talk are the people who believe that it was successful for them. So they talk to their group. Or even some people who did not even do anything. But because they were successful and their neighbors cannot reconcile their level of success to human action, to human effort, to hard work, or maybe sometimes not even hard work, sometimes maybe because of nepotistic policies, and all that. They
Yeah,
begin
yeah,
to get policies that make them run monopoly. But then this thing is a fiscal process. It's something we know. Maybe he has some
sure.
people in the government who made some policies that favored his business. But whatever happened, he achieves an unprecedented level of success. And as a people, we cannot think of things like money laundering. We cannot think of things like monopolistic, policies geared towards making one person succeed more than every other person. And these are on the negative side. On the positive side, we cannot think of people who have a good work ethic, people who are very disciplined, very determined, people who take time, years studying, such that they can predict the market trend before it even happens and know how and when to invest. And people who are just lucky, people who just happen to do something at the right time. So imagine that I just started producing face mask, and a month after that, the COVID-19 outbreak happened. It was just, a just luck in terms of timing. And when this kind of person achieves
Yeah,
precedented success, every other person around him, because we cannot think more critically in terms of these other factors that may have contributed, every other person around him attributes it to ritual killing. And what message it passes across to the next young man who comes on TikTok and is seeing Asodogu trends and want to spoil his babe so that his babe will also be Asodogu is that this person goes into ritual killing, and maybe even the babe he wants to use to do Asodogu may be the victim of the whole thing. So that is the thing with ritual killing. There is that absurdity of belief, and we have places, we have leaders, religious leaders who are making these things seem real. So whether in terms of pastors who are claiming that they have powers against these ritual killers, or in terms of all these Facebook and wine, in terms of all these Facebook and wine and Libyas, who everybody is now on Obanje on Facebook. I don't even know. Obanje is now a positive something. Growing up, Obanje is used in negative terms. Now every fair lady on Facebook is now either an Obanje or Onye Mmiri. So maybe ask God to water this thing.
Ache,
So
Ache,
so
Achebe would be ashamed in his grave when he tries to reconcile the Ogbanje in Things Fall Apart and the current modern day Ogbanje
exactly. So
in our day to day life. And
everybody now on Facebook is either
from Angela Nwosu to
person is either Dibia or SMI or polluting water bodies in the name of sacrifices and then promising to give this and give that and give that. And you see young men, you see young women all flocking to their this thing. And these people begin to gain relevance and you begin to wonder, why is this person gaining relevance? Why is somebody like Akua even a name? Why is he a household name? Why are we even talking about him? What exactly is he contributing to the society? Bishop Ndidibia. So what is he contributing
I
to the
like
society?
it's a it's like a contradiction. It's like a contradiction, or it's I don't even want to see that as it's a contradiction. But if I should borrow from your story, it's like a merger between your work, the battle of the gods. It's like a merger here. I plan to ask you whether Jesus has won or Arichuku has ordinarily won the battle, or they can coexist in the long run of our conversation. But just about this particular name given to Aqua, it's like this, the bishop and so it's like he's merging Christianity and merging the traditional ways of looking at things, and he's putting them all into
Well,
one.
well,
And it's
well,
like, okay, now I am the embodiment of that your story.
everything has to do with influence anyway, because you must also have to note that Akon grew up as a Christian. So and if there is one thing
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
never really totally free of that childhood influence. So yeah, so there is a
sure.
sense in which it's more like saying govern on Didibia, something like that. Just that this one is more secular and then the other one is more religious. So but when you begin to look at people like Akwa, for example, why are they relevant to the society? And another problem these people present is that they present a very tainted and bad, vision and image of the Igbo traditional religion. The real Igbo
Of
traditionalists
course, of course.
are not comfortable with what these people are doing. The whole idea of human sacrifice is almost non-existent in our traditional religion. Not that it did not exist, it did exist, but not to the extent
Sure.
that these boys are doing it. Not even the whole idea of Ogu. Today, everybody is Ogu, 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 Ogu. There are people in our time, like in those times, traditionalists who lived their lives without acquiring Ogu. In fact, the
Because
only
of the danger that it can be
exactly
attributed to it.
the only Ogu that was kind of common then was Oberobumbuomia. That is why you hear the proverb of Oberobumbuomia, Ablojo, which is just mainly self-defense. But
Mhm.
all these things these boys are doing, it was not many DB of them will not even uh, venture into it. So all these people that are parading themselves as DB, they are not anything. I cannot take Akwa as a serious person. It's not a DB. Because the idea of DBI is that you are a master of knowledge. What knowledge has he mastered?
Yeah,
What knowledge
sure.
has he mastered? What knowledge has all these Facebook
And then you see
DBI
the
mastered? So they have not mastered anything apart
and
from
then you
stupidity.
see also the whole. Okay,
So
okay, okay. I'm with
the
you.
only thing they have mastered is stupidity and how to mislead people. And it is funny because they need to mislead these people to make their own money. If I can offer that amount of money,
Of course.
why do I need to mislead this person? It's just like when somebody says put 5,000 naira and then you will get 20,000 naira. If it really works, you won't tell it to me. You won't tell it to me. You will go and borrow the 5,000 naira if you don't have. You put it, you make 20, you put that 20 and you get more. but I need to put the 5,000 naira for you to eat. Recently, one of all these scammers, they chatted me on Facebook and was like, they have this scheme. I just need to put 15,000 naira and I get 50,000. And I was like, that's wonderful. Um, so please help me and put the 15,000 naira. When you get the 50, just send 10,000 naira only
And
to me.
then
Take the rest. And the person blocked me. So that is the kind of scheme that these people are running. You need this to make these promises to these young men and women to get the money. But when these people continue to repeat this thing, and if they are not interested in it, your Facebook algorithm, your TikTok algorithm, everything is telling you that, and they make a very good spectacle of people who come back for Thanksgiving. So they make a very good spectacle. They
yeah,
do testimonies now. Didn't even an amazing testimony. It's no longer a Pentecostal thing.
yes. Now you see, I think at a point, Aqua was lamenting the fact that there are certain cars you cannot bring for Thanksgiving when you are coming to do Thanksgiving to him. When you have to come with Venza and cars like with V-Boot and stuff like. So when you are coming with Corolla, are you coming to insult him or what? Like when you are coming with Nama, when you are coming with these things, are you insulting him or like you should ordinarily come with fattened cow, like the one fattened in Mongolia and stuff like that, Ewu Gambia, those type of stuff, not this. And you begin to say, from where to where to where, my people. And when you look at the whole stuff here, when you look at the whole conversation, you've pointed out a whole lot of things we cannot like dissect in and about in one time from those who get to believe that fiction doesn't exist. As such, everything acted out in Nollywood. Nollywood also a place that why trying to I don't even want to say why trying to tell our stories to a large extent. I don't think they are doing that. They're trying to do that, save for adaptations like things fall apart and a couple of things that went down there. A great chunk of it has been a crazy misrepresentation of the traditions of our ancestors and ordinarily how life ordinarily was led. But if I should digress a bit within just these realms of within the realm of Nollywood now, I think like this Igwe concept, the whole idea of every so-called, those days we used to call it village film. There's the there's a film itself. That one doesn't have a name. Like the one set in Lagos doesn't have a name, but the one that has to do with tying of raffia and carrying of basket and stuff like that, we call that one village film. At least that was what we used to call it in Cross River. I grew up in Cross River, so we used to call it village film in Cross River. So the concept of Igwe within the context of our conversation here in village film in relation to the decentralized sense of governance within the Igbo structure before colonial era and during colonial period. Can you touch on that a bit if you don't mind? The idea of we now coming to see that, from that particular notion, we have come to have a proliferation of kingdoms and kings and autonomous rulers and stuff like that.
Well, all these Nollywood, the king of Otutuland, the king, the king of that land is passing, and then everybody has to stand, or maybe the prince is passing, and then the prince now falls in love with the poorest blind girl in the kingdom and all that. And I think it just has to do with obsession with power. So man naturally is obsessed with power. It is a human attribute. Every human being, almost every human being, wants to acquire some level of power or the other, whether in the religious sense, whether in the traditional sense, whether in secular government and all that. We are in love with power. We like to lord it over the other person, which is a valid human feeling. But then that is why we begin to see a lot of autonomous communities that are springing up. And when these autonomous communities spring up, they call themselves ancient kingdoms. And I begin to wonder from where to where, which ancient, like the ancestors of those people. So when they spring up, they call themselves ancient kingdom. Some autonomous communities we are created simply because there is a chief in the village who considers himself too rich to be under another king, and then he has a lot of people supporters. Maybe this is a town with 13 villages, and then it seems like maybe 7
Mm-hmm.
out of 13 villages are for him. So he would be like, let me
Mm-hmm.
just break out with these 7 villages and we form our own town, and I will be the king. So some of these things are just simply the fact that people are obsessed with power and we do everything possible to get this power. Now, when they now happen to connive with some, and another bad thing that is now happening is the fact that governors can bring into existence some of these
Confer.
authorities,
Yeah.
and governors are the ones who confirm the so-called kings, the so-called traditional rulers now. So the governor has to give
Sure.
the person office of certificate of office and all that. So when this person now connives, this rich, powerful chief in the town who maybe has one issue or the other with the king and feels that we are not well represented. Of course, that is what we say. We are not
Mm-hmm.
well represented. Our interests are being maligned and marginalized and all that, which may be true. But we all know that there is another driver, which is his own selfish, his own personal pursuit of power, his own ambitiousness. And then this person now connives with the governor, convinces the governor, and then autonomous community is created and they become an ancient kingdom, and this person is king, and like that kings keep on multiplying in the current society. Now the Igbo traditional society, if there is anything like that, is not monarchical, you know, it's not
Yeah.
monarchy in this sense we have it today. Like you said, it is a very decentralized system. My own community, for example, my own town,
Mm-hmm.
Nnewi, I can remember very clearly, have had only 3 kings, so to say, till today. But this is a town that has existed for years. So the first is Ezano Bidigbo. Yes, that was the first. First is Ezano Bidigbo, whose kingship came from the fact that he was the first warrant chief. So after him, there was another person before this current Ezan Ugonabu, who happens to be, I think, his grandson or great grandson or something like that. But it's not the whole thing is not transmitted like from father to son. No, it's not. That's not the system. It's actually contested for. He contested for it and
Sure.
he won. So the grandson contested for it and won it. Of course, some of the influence, some of the clouds came from the father. The grandfather was the first ever king. But before then, we have an organizing, system that is decentralized, whereby every adult contributes. So the adult male contributes in the woman. The adult women, the women contribute in the woman if they are born to the community, or Iyomdi if they were married into the community.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the youth also have their own system. And the aggregation of this thing, these whole ideas will be brought together, and then ndị ọzọ eze anyị, who happens to be at the highest realm, eze anyị Eyisi and one other cadre, who happens to be at the highest realm, will now come together to decide on this and make the final conclusion. Now, Eze and Obidigbo, who became the first warrant chief, happened to be the one at head at that final council. So even the final council do have not really a head in the sense of this is their king.
Yeah.
It's just more of the first among equals, primus inter pares in Latin. It's just more of that first
Mm-hmm.
among equals who happens to be the
Sure.
representative. So when this highest council reaches their conclusion, it is this man who comes to announce it to the whole of the community that this is the conclusion we have reached indoors. So when the the colonial administrators came, it occurred to them naturally to, give this man who is already kind of at the head, even though not in the sense that they brought it, but this one is already in the head, to give that warrant chief of a thing to him and give more influence to the office. But even today, the Igwe is still not at the level he's depicted in Nollywood. Nollywood is just fantasy in that sense. The whole idea of this person has all the power. And I think there is a sense in which they are borrowing from maybe England or some of these places that do have strong monarchy, whereby the king can order for someone
Sure.
to live, someone to die. So there is a sense in which they are borrowing it and adapting it
Hmm.
to our own this thing, which I think is not really about it because if that's why it's film, if it's interesting, if it's a thriller, then. But the problem is that some people are not taking this as appropriate cultural, recreations. And another problem is that there is no appropriate cultural recreations, that's kind of accurate to history, like kind of adheres to history. So this is all we have from them. And because we are not a reading people, we are not interested in reading history texts and all that, we begin to take this as what was the reality. But it was never the reality, at least in the Igbo communities that I know of. I mean, many other places in Nigeria might have had monarchies, strong monarchies. I think the Yorubas, for example, they had
Yeah.
strong monarchies. Yeah. But in Igbo, at least the part of Igbo I'm familiar with, it was never the case. So, and that is why Nollywood should not be our source of historical information. Yes, efforts should be made for us
Sure.
to make historical movies that will, have some level of accuracy, will help us to understand our history, our past. Efforts should be made. It should, be a project for the people who are in charge, people who can influence these things in Nollywood. It should be a project. But film, unless this is a documentary, should not be our source of historically accurate information. And I think there is also the issue of
Yeah.
budget for Nollywood. There is also the issue of budget for Nollywood. So we the people in charge, the producers, they tend to produce what they think we sell. And the things we want to watch is when KOK is, nine sacrifice is a billionaire, when when you Doshi and that kind of people are competing and someone says money stop nonsense, you think show you that
I
money
will
stop
tell you that money stopped us.
exactly that kind of thing. So these are the things that
Ifrodingba Inuisiego.
so these are the kind of things that excite us, right? These are the kind of things that excite, which is also good because sometimes what you don't need somebody to kill you with information and all that. You're not in a you don't want to
you don't
start
need you
learning.
don't need to you don't need to die from Nietzsche, or you don't need to die from from
You're not in class. You
some
just want to
serious reading, or some for some
just want to
serious
distract
noticing.
yourself. So that is that. But then there is also a point of debt of investors. We don't have people. Most of our rich people, many of our rich people, we rather go to the club and spend that money than to give it to a young
Good.
filmmaker, who has the idea, who has the storyline, something that does more for us culturally. Because it's an
Mhm.
investment that you're not really sure of a return on. And so we are asking, what do I get from this? If I give you this 20 million, do you promise to give me 60 million at the end of 3 months? And the young filmmaker cannot make that promise because even the audience may not really be interested in something that is not a means of
Yeah.
distraction. So the rich person who has this
Sure.
money will now go to the club and spend it and buy fake Azul and buy fake Azul and fake
That's a conversation on.
exorbitant bottles of drink. And just for the fun, because of course the hype man now calls him Odogu and all that. So there is that aspect
Yeah.
of the whole thing. So, but I think Nollywood is trying with what they have. They're trying, of course, but yeah, they still need to do more. They still need to do more. Our writers are doing far better in that aspect than Nollywood.
That is a long take down there, because it became a thing of concern for me in and about the idea of depicting the Igbo culture as this culture that ordinarily always had kings. People always talking about kings, Igwe, 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 as if that's ordinarily what should be. Look at the case you cited with your own community. So you find that particular scenario down there that it's as recent as possible, and it has to even do with the whole idea of warrant chief and something that ordinarily also came as a result of the fact that the eastern part of the country, so called, and part of the south also was unable to be penetrated by colonizers directly as it was done through the monarchical parts of the country, like the north and the west. And in order to do that, warrant chiefs came about to ordinarily stay there. A thing also that saw the riots that happened in Calabar, the riots that happened in Owerri, all that culminated to become the Aba Women riot and conversations in and about that. But when people are ordinarily told always that we have always had kings in this particular part of the world, they fail to ordinarily still come to look at how things ordinarily should be. And thank you for throwing serious light on such conversations. But if we are to move a bit in the battle of the gods, we see a clash not just between Chiuku and Jesus, but between entire belief systems down here. Histories and ways of seeing the world ordinary all came clashing. The story presents layers of, how will I call it, the narrative about colonialism, the narrative about power, the narrative about faith, and it didn't end there. The gods became involved in the struggle and conversations around that. Given given the way African spirituality and indigenous beliefs were historically misplaced to a large extent, do you think there's a way you know our current reality can be made to exist side by side and coexist rather meaningfully to that extent also today? Or do you think one of the gods ordinarily have won the battle, and it's now given to these people alone? Or do you look at the whole idea that while we might be clamoring to go back to our roots, as many persons are clamoring for, the whole idea of not having a canon to fall back to, or a source ordinarily that can be consulted and consulted well. Like Christians can go back to the church fathers and say, in the fourth century, there were groups of guys who did this, who did this. One side have been well documented, the other side have not been well documented. And when I'm talking about religions down here, I'm not talking about Christianity alone. Now, you also know um, there are Jews in in Delta. There are Jews in almost as many places as they want to believe they are Jews within the from Aguleri to, you can name it, the whole idea of tracing it back to our Israeli ancestors. I That's also a conversation for another day, or for another person. The whole idea of tying us down there. Just the idea of this your story, the gods, who is winning? Is it a case whereby one of the gods that came down to fight their battle is ordinarily winning? And how did you come about that particular piece?
Okay, the thing with the Battle of the Gods is that you must first of all recognize that it's a folk tale. You understand? So ihe ọ bụ
Of course,
akụkọ
of course.
ifo ka ọ bụ. And what led me to the creation of that folk tale is I don't know whether it was a discussion or I was reading up, but I don't remember whether I was physically discussing with him or I was reading something he wrote, where he mentioned the fact that someone once wrote a folk tale in his class, in his literature class, that I've forgotten the whole, you know, essence of the thesis of the folk tale. It was like he actually regrets that he lost it, because the folk tale kind of gives a very modern interpretation to something that is not really modern. So, and I felt like, oh, I can actually sit down and tell my own folktale, use the whole Igbo convention of Akukifo, and and write a folktale and use it to examine something that is modern, from a folkloric perspective. So, what I wanted to do was I wanted to look at religious pluralism, the fact that there are many, many gods. And I believe that this religious pluralism also means a plurality of gods. So you're not talking of just one God, you're talking of gods. Because these religions, they serve different God, even though some people believe that it is the same God who is being served just in different ways. But whatever, I came to it from the point of view that no, these people are serving different gods, with different means. So I wanted in the battle of the gods to look at how this, came about in a folkloric way. So in the initial draft, it was actually the gods fighting, and then this fight being transmitted to their worshippers. But then I was like, no, the gods are more than that. They are divine beings. They are more intelligent than that. So I had to change the story to have to do with human beings who felt, that sense of superiority, that I am superior to you, therefore my own God is also superior to your own God, and your God and you must bow to me and my God. Right? So I made it to come from that point of view whereby we have these people coming with their own God, Jesus, and then they are telling these people who are worshiping maybe Shuku or whatever other God, that I am superior to you, my God is superior to you, and you and your God must be subject to me and my God. And in such a way that one of these gods, is very tolerant, tolerates that to the until the day he became very annoyed and now had to this battle that these people already having physically now had to translate, to the spiritual realm, and the gods had their fight. And the issue of who won or who didn't win, I don't think there is a winner. I don't think there is a loser. Which is funny. Which is funny because it's just like when they say after the Biafra war that there is no victor, no vanquished. Of course we know there is a victor. Of course we know there is a
Nah, I don't
so,
buy to that, of course.
so the policy declaration does not change the reality on ground. You're a victor.
Yeah.
You don't need someone to tell you that you're a victor. The reality tells you that. You don't need
Hmm.
someone to tell you that you are vanquished. The reality tells you that the fact that you are given only, was it 20 pounds or whatever, after the war already tells you that you are vanquished.
20 pounds, yeah.
Exactly. So the fact that you are given
Forfeit
20 pounds after the
forfeiting
war
properties in different places.
already tells you that you are vanquished. The fact that your properties all over the distance were declared, whatever it was declared, already tells you that you are vanquished. The fact that up to today, the idea of you producing a president for the country already tells you, you know, that the idea of you presenting a president for the country is considered controversial, is considered something that must never happen. Already tells you, that you are vanquished. So there are many other things that tells you that you don't need somebody
Yeah,
to tell you no victor, no vanquish for you to know. In fact, the fact that somebody needs to
sure.
pronounce or to proclaim that there is no victor, no vanquish already tells you that there is no victor, no
Victor
vanquish.
no vanquish.
Because if there is no victor and if there is no vanquish, you don't need to pronounce it for me to know. I will see it. So I think in that sense, we can say that there is no victor or loser in the battle of the gods. But the reality on the ground points otherwise. Now, in that story, I tried to complicate it by, you know, Shupu was defeated, right? Clearly, him and his worshippers, they were defeated by the whole planting, was it not planting of Odara? But the whole planting of Odara of a thing.
Hmm. Hmm.
But I tried to complicate Jesus' victory in the story by giving him help from Annie. And now,
Yeah.
if he receives, if he receives help from Annie to win, it means that in some way Annie has that superiority. And this superiority from there comes from the point that the battleground was her domain. She influences what
Of
happens.
of course.
She influences what happens in that battleground. And because she has some kind of special liking to Jesus more than Shuku, she helps Jesus to win the battle by making his own fruits to uh what was it? Was it becoming sweet or whatever it was? So and it's this thing. And why I did that is because in Igbo cosmology, we believe that n'ọdịnala enwere mficha. My name is Anadi Mboni. That is the full name. You cannot lift land. So if we cannot lift land, if we cannot relocate land, if we cannot uh, estimate land, what is buried in it, therefore, cannot be deleted. It may be suppressed, it may be ignored, but it cannot be raised off the surface. Because to erase what is buried in the earth, off the surface of the earth, is to erase earth, which so far we cannot do. So there, I try to bring in that Igbo cosmology, though indirectly, into the fact that Anne determines, or at the end of the day, and determined who won in that fight. So ordinary, and that is
Yeah.
why no matter how Christianity progresses in Igbo land, the Igbo traditional religion will stay with there. 100 years from today, the Igbo traditional religion will still be there. In fact, the Igbo man, the average Igbo man, is not fully a Christian. The average Igbo man is more like a Christian when the going is going well. When it becomes extremely tough, they begin to tell you, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God. And the Caesar they are talking about is ordinary. So there is that sense in that end that I try to bring that Igbo concept of the permanence of the Mother Earth into it. Now
Yeah. And then you see things like, okay.
I also try to show that the whole shuku of a thing, and then Jesus and all that. I try to show that these are just different gods, different spiritual creations. It doesn't matter who created who. If you're a person of faith, you say that these spiritual beings created us. If you're not a person of faith, you say that we created these spiritual beings. It doesn't really matter who created who at this particular point in time. But the fact that these are different, creations, these are different gods, and that we can, to an extent, coexist even with all these gods. And that is one thing I love about the Igbo traditional religion. The Igbo traditional religion is very tolerant in the way it operates. It is very tolerant. And I think in that is tolerance is also what makes it resilient. It is resilient. So I do not think really has won the battle. Yes, it has. But to what extent? That is the point. To what extent? I mean, maybe 95% of Igbo are Christians. The remaining are either Judaïsts or Igbo traditionalists. And if you come to
Muslims.
if you come to places like Nsukka, you also begin. Nsukka was the first place I saw an Igbo Muslim. the whole idea of Igbo Muslim was sounding to me like a contradiction. I went to Nsukka and I was like, oh wow. So we also have some of our
I am from Ebonyi State, so I ordinarily got it was kind of also like a culture shock within my own culture to ordinarily come to juxtapose the idea of Muslims in Ebonyi State. And
we combine both. So, but yeah, so we have this, and Christianity may be said to have won the battle, but then has it really? When even we even hear cases of pastors who go to consult, go to shrines and all that. So we have cases of strong Christians who, when faced with serious problems, tend to run back to shrine and all that. So it's an ongoing battle. That is the point. The whole point of the story is that this is an ongoing battle, but that we should always seek that peaceful coexistence. We should always seek that peaceful coexistence. And why that sounds nice, it's very difficult. It's also very difficult because if I'm telling you, for example, that Christ is the only way, the truth, and life, it means that I'm saying that whatever you are doing is nonsense. So I'm basically questioning your your own principle of belief.
fundamental belief.
Exactly. Now, if I say that there is no God except Allah, right? I am also negating, in fact, even blaspheming the idea that everything goes through Christ. And that is why I find it funny when Muslims say things like blasphemy, that Allah was blasphemed or Muhammad was blasphemed. Because the whole idea of religion is blasphemy. The fact that you believe that there is no God except Allah is already blasphemy in the Christian faith. So that is why I find it very funny when they say blasphemy, this person blasphemed, and then you see them kill somebody like Deborah and many other people that
Deborah.
have been killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deborah Samuel and many other people that have been killed in the name of blasphemy. And I begin to wonder, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Because when you tell me that there is no other God except Allah, you are blaspheming. Do I come and kill you for that? But if I say that Muhammad is not a serious person, you come and cut off my throat. That is blasphemy. You call it blasphemy, but what you also did is also blasphemy. So you see that fundamentally that peaceful coexistence may not really be possible when you look at some of these principles. Somebody, what's his name? Sam Harris was saying that Islamic fundamentalism would not have been a problem if the fundamentals of Islam was not a problem. Religious fanaticism as a whole would not have been a
Yeah.
problem if what these religions are teaching are not problematic. It is because they're problematic. That is why if I take it to the extreme, it causes a problem. If I take kindness to the extreme, the only problem it may cause may be to myself. So if I have a religious principle or a religious dogma that says that I should never, no matter the circumstance, kill a human being, and that is my religious dogma, and then I become an extremist or a fundamentalist or a fanatic in this particular religion, it means that even if somebody comes
You can never
and
kill it.
wants to stab me, I
You can't
cannot
kill
kill this
somebody.
person in self-defense. So extremism in this particular instance becomes a harm only to myself, right? So the fact that somebody
Yeah.
can bomb a place and we call this person an extremist, we call this person a religious fanatic, we call this person a religious fundamentalist, is because the fundamentals of that religion permits that. Even though due to modern sensibilities, we give different interpretations to this or we ignore it. Take for example the whole witch hunting in Catholicism and Christianity as a whole. It is because there is a place that says, "Suffer not the witch to live." And that was why we
Yeah.
killed people we believed to be witches. Now, modern Christian sensibilities, modern human sensibilities, will tell me that I'm not supposed to kill a human being. Now, that means I begin to reinterpret suffer not the wish to live and take it to the realm of spiritual battle, whereby I am now spiritually battling the wish and no longer physically killing people who I believe to be. That is just a matter of interpretation because my human sensibility has changed. So these are some of the
Sure.
things that come with some of these religions. So for them to peacefully coexist, it means that we must first of all see ourselves beyond every other thing as human being. If I see myself as a human being before I see myself as a Christian, and Abubakar sees himself as a human being before he sees himself as a Muslim, and Amadioha sees himself as a human being before he sees himself as Amadioha worshipper, and then this Amadioha worshipper sees me as a human being before he sees me as a Christian, and Abubakar sees me as a human being before he sees me as a Christian, and I see Abubakar as a human being before I see Abubakar as a Muslim. That is when we can begin to peacefully coexist. But
Sure. Sure.
if we continue to pick dogmas and creeds first before human existence, we continue to kill ourselves, we continue to harm ourselves, we continue to do every other thing to ourselves. And that is why we have the whole concept of honor killing. You understand? We have the whole concept of honor killing, whereby this person this person has already done something wrong. This person is my son. This person is my daughter. But he has done something against my Islamic faith. And I kill this person. My
For
son,
whatsoever reason that is.
my daughter. But because maybe he blasphemed, because look at somebody like Bala, what's his name that was released recently?
Ismail.
Huh?
Is it Ismail Bala?
No, Bala that was imprisoned for 4 years because he wrote what they termed a blasphemous Facebook post. Hmm?
I didn't come across it.
Oh, I'm trying to remember his name. The former president, I think, of Humanist Association of Nigeria.
Oh,
Uh,
I didn't stumble upon the story.
let me Okay, so he was in prison. He has been in prison for up to 4 years because he wrote a
From
Facebook.
a Sharia standpoint or from a federal law
From
standpoint?
not even Sharia, because he always insisted that he's not Muslim. He renounced his Muslim faith. So then they did it to come from a secular distance where by the talk of inciting, that kind of thing, disturbing public peace, inciting this one, doing that one. Then they wanted to throw him under Sharia, but then he insisted that he's not Muslim and shouldn't be tried under Sharia. But before then, before the imprisonment, it was his own family who first of all imprisoned him. His own family first of all imprisoned him in whatever they call that setting, where because they believe that it is only demonic possession that can make somebody to come out and say, no, I'm no longer Muslim. I no longer want to practice this religion. They believe it was a demonic thing. So he had to be imprisoned, whereby we now have some of these religious leaders who come to pray. And the kind of thing, the beating and everything, the starvation that follows it. And his is not the only case. There has been a case of somebody who even has a PhD who also underwent that same thing. The family imprisons this person. Now, if the family sees this person basically as a human being before seeing this person as a mutant, such a thing will not happen, right? So you begin to see that for us to peacefully exist, we must first of all be able to see ourselves as human beings. We must first of all develop empathy, and I think stories can help do that. So, for example, what the Battle of the Gods that I wrote now, for some people it may be blasphemous. They will see it as blasphemy. Why will I equate Jesus to Amadi or to any other god? But then at
Yeah,
the end of the day, it is still beliefs. The same way you believe that yours is superior to the other person's, in the same way that person believes that his is superior to yours, and all that. And I think there is a sense in which it goes beyond the spiritual. It has to do with human ego. Because it is human ego that will make you to say that what I believe that has no proof. Remember, it has no evidence, just like what you believe has no evidence. But even without the evidence, you say mine is real, mine is better. And you must be forced to believe in mine. So the whole peaceful coexistence of a thing, it may happen, but it will require a very serious reorientation of how we see ourselves.
sure,
Do we see ourselves as humans,
sure.
or do we see ourselves just as religious creeds and dogmas?
It reminds me of D.K. Chukwumerije's poem, The Wall and the Bridge. Towards the end, he said, when God created man, he gave him no facial marks. He didn't make Ogun, Angas, or whatever sect we've divided ourselves now into. Because he says the same thing that drives us apart can bind us together, because the wall and the bridge, they're in the same place. They're both in the heart. And the oldest culture is the culture of being human. And until we accept this, we will continue to drift apart and fall apart. And the same thing like WB Yeats, the same thing like Chinua Achebe say, they put a knife at on the things that hold us apart. The center now can no longer hold and stuff like that. Because I
Yeah.
still don't understand why. Okay,
And coming to the whole putting of a knife of a thing, there is a sense we really, most of the peasants, so to say, who tend to carry these things, on their head, who tend to carry these religious convictions on their head. There is a sense they do not see themselves as pawns in this game, right? Because the people who are creating these divisions, the religious leaders who are so hell bent on sustaining these divisions, have their own purpose of it. It serves them some purpose. It serves them some political purpose. So it serves them some political purpose, because this division is necessary for them to retain their authority over these people. It is necessary for them to pursue whatever aim they want to pursue. So I have to hold you, I have to make you see that this person is not fully as human as you are, for me to be able to convince you to kill this person in times like riots and all that. So that grief is important, right, for them. It is, and there is no grief as strong as religious grief because it is a grip of the mind. Not just that it is a grip of the mind. I mean, you can also use education to grip the mind. But this one is not just a grip of the mind, but it comes with some transtemporal, promises. Some transtemporal promises. So
Yeah.
whether I'm promising you heaven or paradise
Seven
with seven virgins,
virgins.
or promising you hell and hellstorm if you don't do this. So there's also that sense of terror, that sense of fright beyond the physical. What happens if I do not do what this religious leader has said to me? And eternity is something that is scary. Eternity scares us because we are not in charge, because we also know that there is no end. At least when you are suffering and you are sure that this suffering is over in a year or 2 years, that is hope. You begin to count your days. But when it is eternity and you are saying that I'm condemned to hellfire for eternity, so there is no end and I'm not in charge, it is a scary something. I become afraid and I try to do every single thing I can do not to end up like that. And that means even doing the most stupid thing, the most atrocious thing my religious leader tells me. And it circles back to that quote that he who can make you to believe absurdities can make you to commit atrocities.
Sure, sure. And it's it's something we don't really, want to really look at. People don't see the line here as it concerns sense of beliefs and the things we've ordinarily come to believe. And some persons will tell you, you need better grabs of God, you need to get a better grabs of Jesus and the likes of that. But you also see the problem of the fact that there's a geographical distribution of religious beliefs. There are places you'll be born, and then you come to definitely look at things from a different region. For a period of time, I was researching about Tibetan religion and dabbled into their belief system and the Buddhist whole idea of how things ordinarily are done from the east of Russia, and then you find the whole idea of what they ordinarily do down there. And if you pick up such a person and situate him within a pre-colonial era in Nigeria, pre-colonial here, I go back as far back as before the advancements of Islam through Egypt and the Sahara Desert, as far back as the 8th, 9th, 10th century, even before Conrad's journey to Congo and all that, the Portuguese in the 15th century and all that. If you go back as far as that and you situate me and you in such particular position, and probably you don't situate us in a place like Egypt or Alexandria, where probably Christianity was already introduced there. You don't situate us in a place like Ethiopia, where this or Christianity to a large extent, Orthodoxy was also being practiced. You find out that the chances of us being either race Christians or cultural Christians, whatever the tags now can be, would almost be non existent. If you find yourself also born in some parts of the north, you might still end up a Christian, but you might end up a Christian who is heavily influenced by the traditions and the beliefs that is of the north. And if you find yourself in the south within Nigeria still, you might be a Christian still or a Muslim still whose family probably would have been Orisha worshippers or would make throw obeisance to someone like Ogun or this the different religious belief systems we come to get there. And I think it's a lack of empathy and a lack of critical thinking and situating oneself within this particular place also that makes people come to really lack that sense of saying, you know what, this person would have been me. This person could have been me. I could ordinarily have found myself in a family of free thinkers, families that would not allow me ordinarily come to look at these things. And writing this off so easily is it's a problem many persons don't look at. And for for the 112th time or the 580 times I would think about this is the whole idea of, while even the Catholic Church talks about ecumenism, it talks about this within the spectrum of ordinarily still coming to understand other religious sects and other religious beliefs, and with the possibility of uniting this front. But the problem now will still become, who is going to give up? Who is going to become less of a religion so that the other religion trumps? Is it something that we all are going to shed our skins one way or the other so that, we get something new? So you get from here, you get Maggie from here, you get pepper from here, you get Ade from here, you get this from here, and then you are cooking a new pot of soup or whatsoever that brute is going to become. Maybe because by the time you must have gotten rice, pepper, Maggie, Ade, or Kazi and put all in one pot. It's not going to be soup again. It's going to be something we have not seen. Is that the goal of ecumenism? Is that the goal of this, or we're just going to continue telling ourselves, even within the Christian sect, you find the Protestant divide against the Pentecostal divide, against the Catholic divide, against the Orthodox divide, and we pretend as if these divides don't exist. We just sing these things, or maybe probably masturbate to the sound of our voice and tell ourselves, this is it, this is it, this is it from my own perspective, without wanting to look at the other person's perspective. And there's no easy answer to that. Anybody who's come to promise us any easy answer is somebody who ordinarily probably has no touch with critical thinking and has no touch with the fact that our people, such as represented in your story and such as also represented in our own history and in our DNA, also led their life, did the things they did for the right or for the wrongest of reasons. A group of other persons come up and then destabilize everything. And so I look at Okonkwo's life, and Okonkwo has transcended the fictional place for many persons, and for me also. Okonkwo is not a fictional character. Okonkwo is like a man like who lived somewhere, and he ordinarily wasn't a fictional character for me, and though I know he's a fictional character. So you see that tension within him. Is it to die or to ordinarily watch everything ordinarily go the way everything went? And why many persons want to consider him a tragic hero or just a tragedy, as many persons come to interpret it? I tend to look at him from the standpoint of being in the story as it is happening, because there's a problem with looking at history, which is almost always looked at from hindsight. It has already happened. Now it's a story I am being told, or the story I'm looking at from either a political standpoint or from either perspective that ordinarily don't even come to connect with me. But if you happen to be a Okonkwo within the same period, those stuffs that happened in the novel ordinarily happened, things also that you can transpose to reality, what would you have ordinarily done? Would you have just sat down to watch everything you've labored for just go down that particular way? Or would you have ordinarily looked at things from the perspective things ordinarily were supposed to be looked from? Women for a whole lot of reasons. Women and the problem with the patriarchy, the whole conversations around the whole idea of, like your story captured it, a widow's happiness is her daughter's, and those type of conversations and attributes that ordinarily for the longest of times, I've come to tell this particular group of people who, by no design of theirs, by no fault of theirs, probably by the level of their speed and the level of their resilience in surviving what happens after ejaculation and how they ordinarily go about dissecting and engaging in what is found in a woman, has end up giving rise to them becoming women, so to say. And by no design of theirs also have come to find themselves in a culture like ours, a culture, not just a culture now within the African culture, or a global culture that still finds it very difficult to, posit a very simple stuff, women being women and not women being women with the tags and everything and the sense of duty and the sense of responsibility attached to them. What about that? What about that and your work? What about your writings and patriarchy? What are we what have we been getting wrong for the longest, and what should we be doing in the 21st century that we are not doing to ordinarily earn us that mark of, a civilized people? When the 21st century is like the hallmark of civilization, it's like people said we've had so much peace, at least peace in terms of arms war, which is still ongoing in many parts of the world. Anyways, we just like to tell ourselves these rhetorics, but this 21st century civilized man and the concept of patriarchy and the whole idea of misogyny and how things ordinarily should be. What should we be doing?
So what I simply did in the widow's happiness is her daughters was simply to tell the story of a widow, woman whose husband is dead, who, you know, unlike expected, who is supposed to be wallowing in sadness and all that, is actually deriving happiness from her two daughters, you know,
Mm-hmm.
she had with the husband before she died. And that act is kind of, how do I put it now? It's kind of subversive because there is this belief that why Udia, so a woman
Mm-hmm.
derives her dignity, a wife derives her dignity from her husband, which should also extend to the fact that her happiness must also be derived from this husband. And now this husband is dead, and in such situations, there is this belief that her strength, which should also be her source of happiness, should now be the male children she had, who will now replace the position of the husband in her life. But
Sure.
here we have a woman who no longer has a man in his life in the name of husband or in the form of husband, and who also does not have male children, does not have a son, yet is considered a strong woman, a happy woman, is able to take care of her, her two daughters and is happy. She's not regretting the fact that she didn't have a
Mm-hmm.
son. She just living her normal life, happy, just like every other person, just like the woman who still has her husband, the woman who still uh, have male children. And beyond that, we also see that this woman is somebody who fought and retained what she built together with her husband. So she refused to give in to that, belief that I am a woman, I built this thing with my husband, then upon my husband's death, this same thing I built together with him, which I was supposed to use to keep the family going, we now go to my husband's brother or whatever, who may not have contributed even 10 naira to the building of this thing. So she resisted
Yeah.
this using every legal means possible, even though many, including women like her, considers
Yeah.
that, anti-cultural or against the culture. So it was simply a simple, a story of happiness of somebody who is placed in a position we do not expect her to be happy, but still derives happiness from what was supposed to be a curse, the fact that she gave birth to only daughters. But
Well.
coming to patriarchy as a whole, it is very much more complex than saying that we give women we make women second class citizens, to go to Bushi and Mesheta,
Mecheta.
and
Yeah.
it's more nuanced than the whole subjugation of patriarchy of women. Now, before we go into the nuances of that, there is subjugation. We are not denying that. I was discussing with Sister Dr. Rose Ushim, an MSHR sister who deals a lot with gender and theology, especially from the Catholic perspective, the intersection of gender and then theology. So, of course, patriarchy, women's representation, and all that. She wrote such books like Beyond Berlin and things like that. And she pointed out something that I found very profound. She said that at marriage, when the sacrament of matrimony is administered, the couple are made to believe that they are now one, which is theologically accurate, which is biblically sound. But what happens is that they do not become one. The one we see is the husband. The wife is automatically subsumed into the oneness of the husband, which is why even when we write name, let's say I'm married and we want to write our name, we say Mr. and Mrs. Ugochukwu Anadi. Or
Yeah.
maybe, you understand? So the only thing that shows that we are talking of a couple is the and Mrs. that was added to it. So
The name remains the same for the man. It changes automatically for the woman.
So the oneness is that the woman has now subsumed and assumed into the husband. She loses her
Yeah.
individuality, sometimes loses even her humanity, which is not the idea she believes of oneness. The idea of oneness she believes is similar to that of the Trinity, whereby God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit retain
Yeah.
their distinctions as God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Even
Yeah.
though they are in one Godhead, they are one, yet three, and three in one. So it is supposed to be that two in one, kind of oneness, whereby everybody brings their own individual peculiarities, experiences, whatever, and we try to harmonize. We try to synergize between these two. You
Yeah.
understand? So there is that sort of subjugation, that is going on. There is the sort of attributing, whether in spiritual sense or even in the secular sense, of everything purity with the woman's body. So it is there in religion, almost every single religion. So, for example, when a woman is in her period, there are some shrines she's not expected to enter. In fact, there are some, religious personalities who are not expected to eat a food cooked by this woman,
By such a person.
because this flow of blood is associated with filthiness. Come to Catholicism and some other Christian denominations where women cannot be ordained. You see something similar like that also happening. Of course, in the Catholic distance, some will also, tell you the fact that if Jesus had wanted women as his priests, he would have,
He would have said so.
chosen women among his 12 apostles. But when we say things like this, we refuse to take cognizance of the fact that he was operating within a particular sociocultural milieu. And this is
Yeah.
whereby the woman is attached to the husband. So a woman, and Jesus walked with adults, a woman who is at the age of his apostles would have been married. And there is no way she would leave her husband to be following Jesus around from one place to another. So that is an instance. So there's also the case of them not even taking seriously who would listen to the woman in the first place. Even the apostles who are male found it difficult to be listened to. Not to talk more of when this is a woman. What does a woman want to tell a man in that particular setting? So we ignore that. We ignore also the fact that if you want to, say that it has to do with the makeup of who Jesus selected as apostles, we ignore the fact that there was no Igbo man among the apostles, but we have Igbo priests today. There was no Yoruba man among the apostles, but we have Yoruba priests today. So why do we restrict it to gender? Because the gender serves, we forget the fact that also there is the racial aspect of it. So that is just one of the many places we begin to see what we may call, or what is subjugation of women, on what is patriarchy and all that. But there is a reason why patriarchy has survived up to today, and why it will
Sure.
last today, why it will continue to survive. There is a reason why patriarchy is the father of everybody, both male and female. And Chinwizu explores, this thing in quite some detail in his book Anatomy of Female Power. One of the people who are sustaining patriarchy today are women themselves. Some of the most anti-feminist people you can meet today are women themselves.
My
Well,
my
so
cousin say my cousin says she wants to be treated like a queen.
exactly. They want to be treated like a queen. They want to be treated like a queen. So one of the people who are sustaining, and so it's like a house divided against itself. If the people who objectively are at the receiving end of peace cannot even unite to fight it, then why should any other person, bother? So you see, for example, everything is give and take. If I sit down and say I want to be treated like a princess, somebody will take up that burden. And taking up that burden means spending his money, his time, his energy, everything. What do I give in return? Subservience, submission, and whatever thing you call it. We call it the princess treatment. There is a reason everybody is clamoring to be Asodo. You get the point? So we have a people
Yeah.
who are even comfortable in the setting. So it is a. So if the man is taking,
Oh, our public intellectual and philosopher.
but that's the reality. It is serious I was reading something the other time where somebody said that a lady got married with 25,000 naira in her account, but she got married.
but a man but then they were like making calls of,
Exactly.
the caterer
She
has
got
to do
married. She
this,
was in
the
charge of
this.
arranging the caterers, the decorators, and everything. She was even making demands about the kind of decorations they want, the kind of this thing. And after everything, when the bill comes, she does what? She sends it to the husband. And that is why no
Yeah,
form of feminism can survive if it does not come with economic emancipation. Any form of feminism
sure.
that is devoid of economic emancipation cannot survive. Because anybody that has financial power over you has a lot of power over you. If
Of
your
course.
next source of meal is this person, that person has a lot of power over you. So if they are saying,
Yeah,
if we are saying that we want to dismantle patriarchy, but at home, when there is school fees, husband. If your car spoils, husband. You want to eat, husband. You begin to see that there is no way this equality can come true. That is not to say that women are not doing anything in the family.
of course.
They do a lot of unpaid labor. I mean, if you begin to eat out, you know how costly it is to cook. If
Of
you,
course,
if you
of
begin
course.
to use nannies and care, you know how costly it is to take care of kids and all that. So it's not as if, but when you decide to place it in a scale, you begin to see that it is still largely. I don't think any man will marry with only 5,000 naira in his account.
You can't even.
You can't even imagine it.
I don't think. I don't think a man living in the 21st century, be it in Europe or wheresoever, if you use the equivalence of that particular amount of what means to be 5,000 anywhere you find yourself, would ordinarily want to go search for love, as capitalistic as our world is at the moment. What do you even if the woman tells you, the whole idea of, I'm not looking at your money, you are looking at your money. You are looking at that ego in you that tells you, man, I want to do like my ancestors. And if ancestors here mean anything, even in evolution, we're all looking back to Africa. And in Africa, this is how we do it. Both whether you're a European or you're an Asian, we are looking at our ancestors, and our ancestors take care of their wives and stuff like that. Because it's also a thing many persons don't really look at. They don't really come to observe and pay attention to. Like you rightly said, economic emancipation. It's not about talking. You can talk today, tomorrow, next year. you can become a feminist out of probably you've had your heart broken. If the heart actually breaks, that's another metaphor on its own. If after you've gotten your heart broken, you become a feminist, you can become in and about all of that. You can say no to men again. You can say, okay, I am not doing again, but it doesn't stop patriarchy from taking place. It's not just about you just saying it with your mouth. It's about where do you go to for survival? Where do you go to when the chips are down? What are the policies that ordinarily can be done? What are the policies that ordinarily should be put in place to ordinarily come to see to it that things get better? And if we were to draw from this backdrop in a country like Nigeria, whereby the policies ordinarily still largely have not really been checked. We are drawing also from the example you give about Jesus, not one of the reasons why probably he didn't come to pick female disciples as it concerns the culture upon which he found himself and he lived. In our culture today, take for instance, political meetings are held at night most of the times. I don't know for whatever reasons. I don't know if they are just nocturnal or they just have that. Maybe there's something about the night I don't know, but meetings can drag. I'm not saying all meetings are held at night, but most meetings are dragged into the night. So with a woman, just imagine my mother like finding herself in such a place now. And then my father is at home, and then she's having a meeting, all these political meetings late into the night, and probably there were votings and all that. And just imagine the tick. Just imagine how things ordinarily would be. And I'm trying to be careful here because we had such an experience in our family at a point whereby my mom actually was an INEC official at a point in one of the elections, and she came back late. We don't. Yeah, family stuff also can be talked about. I'm drawing this directly now from a lived experience, and I know how that particular situation was settled, and I know how it was perceived. It was just perceived that a woman shouldn't ordinarily be outside at night by this time in the name of politics or whatsoever, trying to see to it that things get to work. Within our lived consciousness and reality, how do we go from here? How do we talk about this emancipation? Should it be the place of the man or men to ordinarily seek that emancipation, or should it be the place of the women ordinarily who have been subjugated to ordinarily seek that emancipation? And I ask this question also because there are sometimes, this idea of Jim Paul Sartre talked about the death of faith. The idea of you being oppressed and not even coming to know that you're oppressed, and you just come to see to it that things ordinarily should be like that, and nothing better can ordinarily come out of it. Should the oppressor, I don't want to use the word oppressor, but let's try to stay with that tie. Should the beneficiary of such a system be the one to clamor for change, or should the ones not being beneficiary from such a thing be the one to clamor? Bearing in mind also that in the 50s in the US and in the West also, there was this economic boom, but it came at a cost. Men suffer more. Men worked more, while women predominantly were just like at home, took care of the family, and did a couple of things. Shouldn't it be a case whereby men should also clamor that women should get this economic right and emancipation, so that also the burden will be lessened upon them, so that they also can come to feel that they're in a relationship truly because they love a woman, not because the woman is looking for a way out. That is why ordinarily she's settling for him, because most men have that idea that this girl is with me in and about because of my money. Take for instance, somebody gave the analogy of Gege and Cider Bodge as being the same thing. So it's like Cider Bodge being the female of Gege, and Gege being the male of Cider Bodge, in and about the same coin of saying the same thing. So when you look at their philosophies, I don't know if that's not philosophy, but when you look at their idiosyncrasy and how they have come to look at these two stuffs of the same stuff, what do you think? Because Gege believes that women cannot love because they are coming because of your money. And Board believes you shouldn't be in a relationship ordinarily if you don't have money. So it's been made in and about economic power. So how do we get out of here and how do we strike a balance going forward?
Well, I think both Gege and Sideboard are just like you said, two sides of the same coin, and others push their like two sides of the same coin, like you said. Relationships these days in our country is very transactional. So you hear girls say things like, I want a man who can maintain me. The key word is maintain.
The Kamoto.
You understand? So you begin to see that this person is the one objectifying herself. Yeah, so most times we talk of men objectifying women, which is a real thing. But we also do not talk of women objectifying herself.
Sure.
And in the mind of this person, she's not a commercial sex worker. So she's not a commercial sex worker, but yet you need to maintain her. So it is a very common decision.
Maintain.
The people who are more subtle about it will say, I want a man who can take care of me. But even when you say take care of me, it is not key.
What does that mean?
It is not key as we know it. The care that is being talked about is money, sending money. It is still sending money. So
I don't do anything. Just support me. Do everything for me.
just say
And I'm just your wife. I'm your property.
that's why you're even talking of wife. Why is even you're talking of random girlfriend? You're on the same level, same 200 level students. So you see 200 level students. We are both in 200 level, both the girl and the boy. Both of us are jobless. Both of us receive pocket money from our parents. In fact, it's even possible that her own parents are richer, which means they send her more money. But I'm the one, as the guy, who is expected to take care of her, to to maintain her, which means I'm the one who is supposed to, from my own pocket money, send her money for her wig, money for doing her hair. She's craving shawarma. They're always craving something. She's craving shawarma. I send her money. She's craving pizza. I send her money. She's craving ice cream. I send her money. So
Anahata Abacha.
no, but I still okay. Unless she's from Onsoka, she may be craving up.
Okpa Asuka. Okpa Enugu.
Apart from the whole colonial days, Bangkok is a heavenly combination, especially when the coke is very chilled. Like it takes you away from this, it takes you away from this planet. It just totally takes you away from this planet.
Oh, wow.
So you see that all the financial responsibilities, in fact, the girl becomes a dependent automatically on the boy. And the only thing that makes it possible is patriarchy. Now, what does the boy get in return? That is also patriarchy. It is a transaction. If I'm spending all this money from you, that means I, in a way of saying, begin to own you. You understand? So in a way, I begin to own you, and that is the thing. That is why that economic part is very necessary. And as to who we initiate the emancipation, it is a human problem. So it is supposed to be, you know, a human approach. It is supposed to be the humanity as a collective should be at the forefront of doing this thing, both men and women. Because the truth is that patriarchy is beating everybody. The only reason why uh it the only reason why we have feminism and not something like manism or something related to that as a tool,
Yeah.
so to say, of fighting against patriarchy, is because even though it is beating somebody, the recipients, there's a disproportionate level at which both genders receive it. So the women are more
Mm-hmm.
likely to be his victims than the men. Not that the men are not victims, also they are. But when something is happening, and for every 5,000 women, or for every 50 men that are victims, that are 500 or 5,000 women that are also victims, you begin to see that there is a disproportionate uh,
Mm-hmm.
aspect as to who it affects. And that is why feminism, for example, is one of the key tools of fighting against patriarchy as a thing. So, being that men are the major beneficiaries of this unjust system, in a way of speaking, because everything, we begin to see that we continue to revise things as we grow. I believe that patriarchy there was a time it served its
Mm-hmm.
purpose. There was a time it served its purpose, which led to its emergence in the first place. There was a time where every
Yeah, fighting of wars and defending of places and building of communities.
there was a time where survivors depended on physical strength, and it is held that men have this more supply than women, which led to placing one above the other and saying, okay, this person you go and die, this person you start soon and take care of what this person has left. But then if this person who goes to die survives, of course, the fact that he sacrificed himself, he was ready to die for you, automatically places you below him and all that. So I believe there was a time he saved his, but it is no longer doing so, today, at least in the real sense of it, because it is still
To a large extent, it's not still doing so, but it's still playing out. If you take, for instance, a thing like I'm so close to Ukraine that you get to see the whole idea of when war breaks out, women and children are told to leave while the men not now, they still have to stay back and then settle the age old problem. And women currently, even above 18, who are not in Ukraine can go back to Ukraine and then leave at will at any time they want. And men, they can't do that. And one of the persons I have had the pleasure of coming to know in terms of association and organization was recently bombed around there was a bandit ambush in Ukraine, and then she lost her life and all that. And it just happened that she chose to stay back because she's a writer and she also is an activist. I also lost a writer friend last year also, who ordinarily was set to publish his book few days before the book was to be published in January last year. He was killed. That's his first collection of. He's a poet. He died few days before because he got bombed few days before his books was being published. So, and when women ordinarily stay back in Ukraine to ordinarily there become, because now there's the idea of becoming miners. They need miners to ordinarily go down the mines, and some brave. You see, I'm already using the idea of some brave. I'm already using that supposition already that for you as a woman to stay back and ordinarily go down to the mines and do what men ordinarily do,
expected to
and
do.
they are not called brave for being minors. It's already me doing what society ordinarily has failed to ordinarily. They also look at the fact that women ordinarily can be minors if they ordinarily want to be minors, but choose rather not to be, and then get tied up with their feminine roles they have come to accept from society. So yeah, it's not the dominant stuff, but it's still there. So even though, so you now see that even though a thing like patriarchy, one way or the other, is still not really talked about in our time, you can still, or it's not to be really looked at from the way it was in the past. In times of wars and conversations like this, people to ordinarily want to, for the need to defend the city or the need to defend a country, you still find that you know women and children are almost placed on that same platonic idea of still being kind of subordinate or those that ordinarily should be defended, and then they are told to leave the country while men are told to stay. And the women who get to stay back are almost like seen as brave or doing something almost extraordinary for their society. And you recently, I don't know if you follow US politics also, you see Pete Heck, the guy who would now chair the security affairs of the United States, when he was being asked about the standard of the military the military requirement to become one of them. He's saying we are not lowering the standards. If a woman wants to come do this, she should be able to, if it's to lift a pump action or to lift a tank or to whatever is required to ordinarily keep the standards high, are the things she ordinarily also have to do. In relations to this, what do you have to like add down here?
It's patriarchy. I think it is more nuanced. For example, when we talk of war situation, men having to die, to protect, the idea of men as protectors, it is still uh, as a result of patriarchy, as you rightly pointed out. But you have to also understand that most times it's still men's ego causing these wars. So the wars we are fighting in was also because it is still men who who say, yeah, we are the protectors, we are the strong ones, we want to fight. So it is men fighting in men's war, right? So it's like you cause the war and they are fighting in it. So I don't think there should be any very special celebration of the fact that it's men mostly that fight those wars, because it's men mostly that cause those wars in the first place. So
Sure.
it is this thing, and there is this sense in which we say, in Petrarch we say the men, we are the protectors, we want to be protective. While in essence, what we are doing is that we are controllers. We want to be controlled. We want to be in control. And if being in control means, doing devil activities like taking the bullets for another person, we are ready. The man's ego, we push him to take that bullet just for him to remain in control. So when we say women and children, we we do say it in some ways that comes across as complimentary, as we are seeing these people as special breed, special this is special special breed that ought to be taken care of as eggs. You understand? But in a sense, it is also infantilization, because women and children. So we are reducing them, even though these are adults, we are reducing them to the status of children. Even in the Bible, you hear that the men were counted, except women
And
and
women and children were not
so
included.
they
Yeah.
don't they don't have an agency. There is no agential identity ascribed to them. So they just a little we just place them a little above our flock, of cattle and others. So it is an infantilization, and that is patriarchy. But then, because there are people, women themselves, who believe that this benefits them, they will do everything possible to ensure that it survives like that. Even you see women advising fellow women to use their button power. You see women advising fellow women that, oh, no matter what your husband do, remember you can use food, as weapon. And
I think
food has
the first time I heard, okay, sorry, the first time I heard that particular code about food, when we were growing up, we read these proverbs by African leaders and African men, and it was our great Zeke. I heard that, I read it, I think I was like, was I 11 or 10 years, and I couldn't really understand what he was saying. He said, the way to a man's heart is through food.
food. So,
And this was the Zeke of Africa talking.
but the food thing, I don't, maybe these days, because of the proliferation of restaurants and eateries like that. I don't think the food is really that effective, because if you deny your husband food today, uh, he goes out, to buy food. But Shimizu said something in the Anatomy of Female Power about that food of a thing. I think he called it the kitchen power or something. And he said that while the act of cooking is a survival skill that should be learned by everybody, that you should shake the people who make sure that their male children do not learn how to cook. It's still the mothers, because the structure is that you teach it to the women, but not to the men, such that the women can now use it to kind of be in control in that aspect. So the whole thing of cooking, and even it is even causing it causes problem in some families whereby the man wants to enter the kitchen and the woman says, "Don't enter my kitchen," that kind of stuff. Yeah, that the kitchen the kitchen does this one. Some people will tell you that the day your husband starts cooking his own food, that day you no longer have anything to offer. So everything we tend to on both sexes. So what I'm trying to say is that this thing is something that is being supported by both sexes. True, it benefits uh, men more than women, but there are that group of women, and I think I suspect that they're in a large, the larger part of the population who wants the status quo to remain the same. It may be a case of you not really knowing that you are the oppressed here. Somebody said he would have saved more people, more slaves, if only they knew that they were in chains. That kind of stuff. So it may be a case of you not really even knowing that you are oppressed in the first place. But it is what it is. It is what it is. To actually dismantle patriarchy, we have to, understand biological differences for what they are, and not begin
Sure.
to attach many other things to biological difference. Because most of these things come from a lot of myths and others we attach to biological differences, and then we use it to justify whatever we want to
Yeah.
justify. And it happens, everywhere, not just when it comes to gender and the whole gender war. We see it in social media. In the past, biological difference of race, the part that one is black and the other one is white and the other one is red and the other one is brown, was attached to some other things that has nothing to do with that biological difference of race, which is why we have racism. In fact, there was a time where some bishops of the church even argued that while human beings have soul, the black man does not have soul because the black man is not fully human. So the biological difference of this person being black now against a theological attachment of being soulless. The biological difference of being black now against a social attachment of being prone to violence, of being prone to crime, of being less intelligent, of being, whatever this thing anybody wants to attach to it. And I think it's because we fear difference. We fear difference a lot. And when we are different, we begin to think that our own difference is the right state of being, and every other one is abnormality. Whether it is in color, whether it is in gender, whether it is in sexual orientation, anything, religion, any other thing, there is that fear of difference.
Yeah. And it's it's deeply problematic. Like I said, if you look at the few philosophers I've stumbled in my short existence, or those I stumbled in due to anthropology or due to sociology and the likes of that, and few writings, you get to see the whole idea of master slave like very, very present. Whether you're talking about Marxism, whether you're talking about capitalism, whether you're looking at the whole history of the West, and Europe's history is almost in and about just war. And I make this fun with some of my friends. I'm like, you guys' history has been in and about from one war to the next one. I wonder ordinarily what you guys get to study in school as your history as children. Isn't it so traumatizing? Just we have one very major disastrous war that happened in a part of the world, and the whole politicians came up together and said we nobody has to talk about the Biafran war. And even when Chimamanda tried positing a couple of things, you saw how it got received. The movie first, the adaptation of the book was restricted for a very long time, and then even when our patron and the patron saint of African literature, just like Dim Anthony would get to say, Chinua Achebe when he wrote there was a country, you saw the whole backlash. People were saying, how dare he say such a thing about Awolowo? But if that is what Awolowo did, why can't Awolowo be criticized? Because it was one of the most disastrous stuff that ordinarily also happened down there. And you see these problems in and about their history, and at least they have the chance to talk about their history, but we don't. Sometimes we don't have that urgency also. And it's something at a point we cannot help but talk about. And you rightly pointed out some minutes ago about the whole idea of the very fact that conversation about victor and vanquish is being even talked about shows that somebody indeed was vanquished, and then the other person indeed became the victor of the whole stuff. And the fact that up until now we ordinarily cannot even be talking about having an Igbo president, save for Alex, Chief Alex, in the last century, and in and about that, it's like just been
Alex
like
was a
a
vice
thing.
president.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. It's not as though he was even the president. So it was like in and about that cutting of stuff and the ending of the whole conversation, and the idea of not even coming to trust that such a place can ordinarily produce a president still speaks the devil to our conversation. But to use this also as a layer, the conversations about women and now widows after the death of their husband ordinarily are coming to struggle and fight with their family members and conversations like that. What informs the rationale behind the fact that a man and a woman, for over the years of them being in a relationship, one way or the other, came together, worked out the mechanisms for the prosperity that is now their current family situation, whether their extended family supported or not. But the whole idea of whether the woman is subsumed into the man or they are one, as whatever we want to understand, that this man gets to die, and then there's a whole conversation about the property. There's a whole conversation about around the property of your husband or your late husband, or rather the way they put it, our brother. So there's that conversation of our brother's property. But if it's the case that the woman dies, there's almost little or no conversation around ownership. What informs the what informs the judgment and the decision of brothers and sisters, family members, to go after widows in trying to get their so-called brother's property who is now deceased?
You just mentioned it now. It's an issue of ownership. So the man owns the woman and not the other way around, right? So if the woman is the one that dies first, everything that belongs to the woman is automatically the man's own because the man owns the woman. But if the man dies before the woman does not own the man. But beyond that, it is an issue of the fact that we do not really value the labor of the wife, in marriage. So let's assume that she's a housewife, of which we know that that is not even the common thing today. Even in the past, that has never been the. In fact, I think the whole idea of housewife even came with the Westerners
The
because
Victorian, the Victorian
yeah,
representation of colonial lifestyle.
because our women have always been known to be traders, farmers, and all that. Even though there are some crops they can farm and some they cannot farm and other things. In fact, what is only even the yam that is reserved
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
the man. And so you see that most men, the only thing they cultivate as farmers is yam. They're just
G.
busy. But cocoa yam, vegetable, pepper, and every other thing is for the woman. And that's what our women do. Our women trade, and they still get to take care of the house. They still get to rear chickens. I mean, if you read Achebe, there was this one where there was an
Sure,
issue
sure,
whereby
sure.
the husband keeps choosing the chicken of this particular wife, but does not kill the chicken of the other wife, and the other wife is like, why must it always be my chicken and other? So these are people who have always been working. But with the whole idea of Victorian dating, so let's just say that this person is a housewife, that she does not go out to bring money into the family. But when money comes into the family, she's the one that manages it. She's the one that
Hmm.
manages it to take care of the household needs. She's the one that trains the children. She's the one that cooks the food. She's the one that does every other thing. Now, we do not translate this to monetary value. So let's say that the husband, and this always happens with successful brothers. The only time we say we are looking for our brother's property is when our brother is successful. We do not do it for a brother that has nothing. So now let's say that this husband now goes and is successful. He gets a lot of money, he makes a lot of money, he builds houses, he owns properties, cars, and other things. Now, when this man dies, what these sisters and brothers who are claiming their brother see is only the fact that their brother was the one who always goes out maybe to on the German market every morning to hustle for this thing. So, as far as they are concerned, the wife contributes nothing. Forgetting that should the wife not be at home taking care of his children, the man will not even have the time to do that. Should the wife not be at home cooking that food for the man to eat and every other thing? So they do not see that contribution because there's no financial, there's no monetary value that is placed on it. So what they see now is the injustice of somebody taking what he or she did not work for. But the funny thing is that them who are going to claim it did not also work for it. They did not also work for it. But because it is their brothers, right? And there is this sense of when a man dies, the ownership, because we always think of women in terms of ownership. So there's this sense that when a man dies, the ownership reverts to the father. The ownership of the woman reverts to the father. So they do not want her taking their brother's property to her father's side. You know, that kind of thing. So it's a matter of ownership. It's a matter of ownership. This thing. Someone was saying that the submission that was advised in something like in the Bible was supposed to be a mutual submission, where the man submits to the wife and the wife submits to the
Sure.
this thing.
Because people read the verse below. They don't read the verses above. You know, the way how people read the Bible, they read Bible, forgetting fully where that Bibles, at least the compilation before it came to what it is, never had verses and chapters.
Yeah.
So they were written like in form of dialogue and conversation. But then you forget the part written above. The whole idea of mutually respecting, then they move first to the point of getting what you need. I don't know the philosopher or the writer that says in history, I have come to learn that in every dialogue and every conversation, take only what you need.
So that's what
Take only what you need.
even when people
Don't take any other thing.
when
Just only
people
what you need to win that particular argument and forget every other thing.
when people quote the Bible, that is how it happens. That particular line that seems to support a lot of. The other day I was discussing with someone. I told him that you must have heard honor thy father and thy mother a lot from your parents because it's in the Bible. But the verse after it that said that father should not annoy their son, I'm
Oh,
very sure I've never heard it from your
yeah,
father.
efficiency. Like it's there. It's like
I'm
right,
very sure
just
I've never
right
heard
beneath it. It's like
exactly after honor thy father. I'm very sure I've never heard the verse that said that father should not annoy their son because your father will not tell you that one. He tells you the one that he needs for you to be do as he says. So that's the submission that's supposed to be mutual. We interpret to be only on the part of the wife. The ownership that's supposed to be mutual. So it is the man and the woman, we are supposed to be co-owners of themselves, of their properties, of their children. But that ownership is reserved only for the man. And that is why we have a lot of instances whereby a man dies and the family of the man strips the woman of everything. But I think the good thing is that we now have laws, to address that. We now have laws to address that. But unfortunately, we still have people who are not even aware of this law. We still have women who are not aware of this law. And even those who are aware of it, when they begin to fight for it, we begin to see them as anti-cultural, as in that kind of stuff.
yeah, it's quite pathetic, and we would have to we would have to really look at things from lots of perspective over time. But if we were to shift perspectives also and then push into like your world of literary criticism, and in and about that, you have affiliations with African Read. I don't know if I don't know if I don't know if I pronounced it well. African read, right?
African read, just that the spelling is not the normal spelling of Africa.
Yeah, yeah. Because I wanted to ask brother Anthony at a point. I've just been like grappling my head around it. Like I've been one of you guys' most frequent visitors down there, but like Africa can read, Africa can read. I know the concept. It's in and about Africa can read,
Yeah.
but I each time I remember, each time I visit there, I want to write to him, but I tend to just like forget and then I don't do it. So you, it was founded, I think 2018 or so. Is it 18 or 2016? 2016, around that period of time. Like, at what point did you start walking down there?
Was it not in 2023, I think? It should be
Okay.
2023 that I joined African Read as a book review editor. It should be early 2023. Then I joined
What
African.
is the work? Okay, sorry. What is the work that happens down there? What is the mission? What is the goal? What was the need that ordinarily sought to this? Is it to prove to the world that indeed Africa can read?
Well, that is one of the mission. But then it is also the part that we can write, right? And we can write our own narratives, and we can get these things published. We can publish ourselves without waiting for any white messiah to do it for us. So it is more like contributing, to make sure that our literary scene is robust, and that is a good thing, because if we have only one magazine or only one journal and everybody is trying to get published in that one journal, it's not a robust activity. But when we have African Read and we have every other journal that is contributing, to publishing the narratives, our narratives as narrated by ourselves, begin to see that we have a more robust and engagement of our society, our life in terms of literature. So that is what African Read is doing, to publish,
Wow.
and we publish a lot of young writers to help them gain a voice and visibility in the society. So what I basically do in African Read, is the job description is just book review editor. So what I do is I edit book reviews people submit, and we have kind of a dearth of critical thinking in our society, and it even shows even in the literary world. Call for a fiction submission today, you will receive hundreds, if not thousands. Poetry, you will receive thousands, like almost everybody is a poet. But call for critical essays. That was why I was pleasantly surprised this year when the E. Sule Prize for African Criticism received a lot of. I think this year was the year they received the highest number of entries, and it's a good thing. It shows that people are waking up, in terms of critically engaging what we produce, because it's not just about producing in large quantity. We must be able to gauge the quality of these numerous things we churn out every day. And that is what we do through book reviews and book criticism. And apart from that, book reviews also help to, get this thing to more readers. I will pick up a review and say, oh, okay, this is interesting. This sounds like something I would like to read. This sounds like something that is worth my time. But what I've discovered in African Read as a book review editor is that you rarely receive book reviews. You rarely do that. Sometimes I will have to be the one soliciting for book reviews on my own. But you don't do that for fiction, because people are always writing. People are always writing this stories. People are always writing poems. So yeah, the thing there is that there is that gap, especially among our young people, those who are critiquing this, and those who are creating it, and I think it comes with the whole historical baggage which the critic has. Some people will tell you the critic, the critic is the one who stands. There was this. I think it's a writer that said that quote. I can't remember the quote exactly, but the idea is that the critic stands, at the mountain and watches the battle as it, happens.
Yeah,
materials it produced. The negritude people versus the people who are against
the tigri to the
exactly. It's all the this thing it produces. Those days of literary feuds and wars and all that, and both the creative writer and the critic there, and it helps to sharpen you when it comes to how you appreciate literature. Today everybody is a praise singer. Everybody is a praise singer, so everything is always brilliant, brilliant. Everybody is even the reviewer now is kind of reduced to the position of just singing praises. In fact, some magazines today will one of the instructions they give to their critics is that do not review books you do not like, which means that every single review that will appear there will be positive. So if I read a book and I don't like it, my review cannot be published by them. And they try to rationalize it, using the argument that there are a lot of books out there, so people should not be told about the bad books. Let us give more time to the good books. But it's not really about a book being bad, or some of the books that receive negative reviews are not really bad in that sense. It's just about, when you it's just about getting to see how some things work and getting to see perspective on whether this thing works or not. You see a book, for example, that is well accomplished, maybe when it comes to the artistry. The person is a good writer, creates a wonderful metaphors, sentences, and all that. But the politics of the book might be something a critic might find wrong, and then begin to address it. And you see, it becomes a political education on its own. This book may have the best politics in it, but then the sentences, the words used, and everything is not okay. And the critic, so it's supposed to be an engagement. It is supposed to be an engagement, and people are supposed to learn from this engagement. I think the work of the reviewer and the critic is even of more benefit to the reader than even to the author of the work being critiqued, because it helps the reader to see different perspectives. I've made it a point of duty, for example, that after seeing any movie, I tend to read at least five film critics on the same movie. And there are times whereby I read and my understanding of what happened in that movie is enriched. There are times I read and I'll be like, oh, I felt something was off in this movie. I just can't pinpoint it. And then I see a critic who pinpoints exactly, who helps me to articulate and clarify my position that something sounds off here. So there's a time you read and you begin to get more information, more history about this particular event or about a particular form, about a particular technique. That is the duty. The duty is to enrich what you've already gotten. So one of the best things that happened to Things Fall Apart, for example, is the amount of critical engagement it gained. Right? And there is a way in which it is these things that outlive the work. These things canonize the work. These reviews, these criticisms canonize the work. I was reading a critic the other time who said that no matter how creative writers tend to attack critics, no creative writer will be happy if he publishes a book and no critic writes about it, not even in the negative. that the person would prefer to even get at least one negative review than to get a total silence, about the work. So the book review editorship I do at African Read is, to help reviewers and critics themselves also think about how they think about books. So just try to edit, point out some other things and everything. And it's been going well, for the few times we get submissions. I don't think I've even gotten any submission this year. We have not gotten any.
Well, it's a lot down there, and it's something we ordinarily should really come to, to encourage a whole lot. For um, about 8 months now, I'm working on something about Izinwa Ohito, and the chunk of stuff I found in archives in Germany, I had ties in Germany. I wrote also to a couple of colleagues that were around. It's not so long he died 2005. So a couple of persons I still had emails to. I wrote to them and they told me a couple of things about him. And you see the sense of him still being in Nigeria, getting to engage in a whole lot of things, leading him to be the first person to come up with a full size biography of Chinua Achebe, and how that catapulted him to the international space and the conversation in and about there. But notwithstanding, you also see how he engaged with the people of his time, and how I think he was in Benin also and pursuing his postgraduate studies, and the conversations about saying things as they are, as opposed to saying critics can't write, that's why they ordinarily go about critiquing. No, that's not true. And like you rightly pointed out, somebody has to do that job, and even if you want to call it a dirty job, somebody has to do a dirty job. Somebody have to be the person that ordinarily to be the night sawman. If we are still employing night sawmen, I don't think they are still around. We're not doing bucket system of toilets in again, and we're past that level. But you could see that even at that point when we were still doing bucket system of toileting, people had the job. And the Bible itself also, if we were to borrow from scripture, says, I think in Second Timothy chapter 2 verse 15, it said, be at peace with your job as a man who is go about your job in God's vineyard as a man who is not ashamed of his job. So that kind of conversation, somebody has to do that particular stuff. And like you said, people would not hear these things. People would not come to have listened to these writers if not for the fact of people like Achebe getting to receive the type of criticisms and the types of comments that came with the publication of that book. And mind you, many persons felt Things Fall Apart was the first book published by an African. No, there were lots of stuff that came before that time. I think Kamaralai had already written, yeah, books were already written. The guy from the guy that the sorry to say the guy the one of the writers from Cameroon also was already publishing long before Things Fall Apart came. But it happened upon him that at that particular point, it happened that things were not really supposed to happen that way, and it received lots of accolades. I tell you, I'll be in Belgium, and you hear somebody be like, a professor was telling me like 3 weeks ago, like, you know Chino Achebe? And I'm like, I am Nigerian, like I should know Chino Achebe. I am into books. I know you get this sense of pride, say the man writes well. Like I'll be like so proud. I went for an oral exams with one of my professors um, some years back, and was that last year or so? And he was like, the first question he asked me is like, "Do you know Chino Achebe?" I'm like, "I know Chino Achebe." It's like your brother writes very very well. So you get this impression that without this critique, without these conversations had about people reviewing books, ordinarily maybe he came to this book by somebody referring the book to him, or somebody. It can be verbal review, oh, have you seen this book? I think you should like this book and stuff like that. You should get to read it, and then the person pick like, oh, what is it about? Why not read for yourself and get to see? And you give the person the book, and then you're handing the book to the person, and then the person is like, okay, I'm going to read it. I'm going to see what the book is about, and conversations in and about that. You worked on you worked on some very important reviews for me. If we are to take in recent times, if we are to look at someone like um, Michael Chidioziem's Lost is an Aftertaste of Memories. It's something refreshing to get to read. When you read anything Michael puts out there, you also come to see the honesty in a young man trying to, you know, not just come of age, but also say things as he ordinarily felt they ordinarily should be said, but saying them also intelligently. In this coming of age novel, and the conversations that went down there, um, how would you, as a critic, come to really look at it? You've written extensively about it. Lots of persons have written extensively also about it. But if you're to run through the storyline briefly, what do you think should have been done better? What do you think is in the right place, and the setting of the story and the conversations in and about this stuff? You know, there's this idea of fragility as it concerns the memories we tend to carry growing up, and how we sometimes want to forget them. Evidence, Iguana would say, you know, sometimes we want to forget memories, sometimes, but we are forced also to still come to remember them.
Okay, so in loss is an aftertaste of memories. I think most of the things I would like to address in the work I've already addressed in my conversation with Michael that was published in Africa in Dialogue. One of the things I pointed out, which I was not even the first to do that, Chimeze Sheikh also pointed it out in his review, is the fact
Sure, 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 sure.
that we did not get a full sense of place in the work. It was character driven, true, but then it was done almost to the detriment of settings. So these characters, could be anywhere, right? We don't know exactly where they are, which is both a strength and a weakness. A strength in the sense that it means that these characters are not geographically bound. They are human beings, whether they're in Nigeria in the southeast, or they're in Nigeria in the north, or they're even outside of Nigeria. But then there is also a sense in which their geography contributes to whatever is
Yeah,
driving them. And if that geography
because context ordinarily also matters. Or is
contributes,
it the case that because it was written in the first person singular, then it ordinarily would have been best to have written it that way, since the sense of omniscience is not like the third person is not there to like get to push the narratives around.
I don't think that was what happened because according to Michael himself, what he said in the interview is that some of the descriptions were lost in editing. So it was more of an editing choice. It was more of an editing choice where we then let's make this thing more of character driven. Forget about the placements and everything. So we see also the family and all that. But I think I'm not saying this is not a major flaw anyways,
Sure.
because he provides the minimum. He provides the minimum information you need to know. That okay, they are in the market, they are in the bedroom, they are at home, they're in the church and everything. He's there. What I'm saying is that it's not just, and I think it's because we also used to detailed description of places, whether we are reading Shimamanda Adichie, or we are reading Chinua Achebe, or we are reading Chigozie Obioma, who tends to over-explain.
Oh my god.
So I think also part of the issue is that we are used to that act of, if this room, if Shimamanda is writing about this room, every single thing in this room will be explained. That we know exactly how the ceiling is, and we know exactly how. So I think, yeah, we have been pampered with that type of literature because if you read people like James Kuzi, for example, James Kuzi will give you
Yeah.
like he strips it to the bone. That is why his 200-page novel can be as impactful as maybe 500 pages or 1,000 pages novel you can think of. So I don't think it is actually a major flaw in the whole this thing. Just that we would have done, that would have been more comfortable with more details as regards to the place. Another thing is that we are interested in knowing because Maso came to us as an adult, but he only told us about his childhood. So we are interested in knowing about his adulthood too. And
So we are asking for a sequel.
I was suggesting it to Michael, and he was like, he's not working on anyone at the moment, but who knows what will happen tomorrow? Sequel may come or it may not come. So
He,
it's
he doesn't need to produce a sequel. He doesn't need to produce a sequel right immediately after the first one. He can go on produce it. He shouldn't come to us like Achebe, who gave us the first, gave us the second, and gave us the third. He can give us two other works,
I think
different stuff, and then come back to give us a sequel to that. But
I think Achebe was even able to do that because according to him, the intention was to have written those things as one book. That was his initial intention.
in one book, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, he said that in his memoirs, yeah.
one novel. So yeah, but the thing that we continue looking for a sequel anytime he wishes to, to give us one. Lost is an aftertaste of memories. I think it's a well accomplished novel. I actually enjoyed, reading it and following Soul's journey and everything. And it brought a lot, it brought a lot of childhood memories of owing to the fact that just like Ronso, I also grew up in a Catholic family and all that. So everything that comes with it. So I think Michael, he did well, and that's one of the cases whereby the critic comes to show that I don't just know the road, I can also drive the car. Because before then, Michael has he made his name as a literary and social critic. That's how we came to know him in the first place. It's as a critic. Then he attempted poetry. He wrote that short book.
With
It's
his first collection 2 years ago,
Script
yeah,
of Love, which is just an average
yeah, yeah.
collection, just there. It's not really that wonderful. And then he comes back with a wonderful novel. Like, oh, okay. The critic is also a good creative writer. But the critic does not need, anyways. I must point it out that the critic does not need to be a good creative
To be a writer.
writer for us to actually value his criticism. If I know the road, but I cannot drive the car, I'm still important because the person who can drive the car does not know the road. And what good does it serve
Sure.
you that you can drive the car but you do not know the road? In fact, the person who knows the road but they cannot drive the car is even in a better position because he can always get somebody who can drive the vehicle to the place than somebody who can drive the vehicle but does not know the road. You end up in the bush. So your knowledge of how to navigate, of how to operate the car does not serve any purpose because you cannot still get to your final destination. So that's
Definitely.
and recently we have a lot of Nigerians, young Nigerians who are writing wonderful debut. So you have Michael's loss of it's an aftertaste of memory. You have Chukwuebuki's blessings, which I will not forgive for translating Obiefuna as may my heart not get lost or something. It translated as Obiefuna instead of Obiefuna. And and I found it very
Yeah, I think
weird.
I think
I
I
found it,
saw that also.
I
I
found it
saw that also when I read it, and
very weird for me because
I didn't know it was a major. Okay, sorry. Okay, I
yes,
mean, I'm like, I saw that also when I read it, and but it didn't really like stick to me like a serious problem. But now that you've brought it up, I think it's a
for me
it's a
it is.
serious problem that needs not to be forgiven.
It is a serious problem for me because Obi and Obi are not the same thing. And it's also a serious problem because he wrote it in
Yeah,
Nigeria
yeah, yeah.
as a Nigerian. So it's not as if he are so there is no way of excusing it. He wrote it in Nigeria as a Nigerian, and I'm very sure that they
Okay, maybe due to COVID. Maybe let's say COVID caused it. Something
because
that period also was kind of stressful, and
it
in
was
conversation with Darlington, they pointed out the whole idea of COVID and everything that came as to how the book came. So let's use COVID as an excuse
okay.
to
Let's
to
let's
say why
excuse.
ordinarily it came out that particular.
So, but yeah, with Nigerians, we have lot of young Nigerians writing, wonderful debut novels. Some of them still in school, even somebody like Isaiah Adepoju. Isaiah Adepoju is still an
Mhm.
undergraduate, and he wrote that happiness is
Love is
no happiness is a
sickle cell
single
kiniki. What
single kineko kineko
what,
kineko.
what happiness is a sickle cell kiniki me.
Yeah, happiness is a single kineko. Happiness is a single.
when I saw
My
It
baby.
was the title first that made me read the book, not
And then he described himself as
not
a
the
retired.
book itself first.
I think they are all retired Nigerians. So we have this, and we have also this guy too. He's still an undergraduate, but he's a poet. It's his first collection. So I think Nigerian literature, we are actually in good hands. We just need more critics who will be able to keep up with these wonderful creative writers and engage their works for the better.
Sure, sure. Romeo is somebody I like reading even before the whole accolades of the prize started flowing. Um, as as late as or as far back as when he ordinarily came to the national limelight, and conversations in and about that, from the gathering of bastards to his Nomad. But you here, you put up a wonderful review down there in the Nomad. In this particular work, you kind of you emphasized how the collection wasn't just in and about personal narratives, but also talking about historical traumas and migrations and the violence that ordinarily comes to be embedded one way or the other in our history. You come to note things about water, and not just water as water now, but water as a symbol of life, as and also as a reciprocity of a thing like violence. And it carries this weight of, at one point you go to Lagos, and you're looking on the other side, and you are thinking of the road to no return. You go to Ghana, and you're looking at the path upon which people ordinarily were taken to slavery. And but not just that, also you're also looking at water as a source also that came about liberating a group of people. Things like the Igbo landing, and how people fought against a whole lot of stuff and say, water, take me home, and rather sink down here in my own self-worth, as opposed to go down the other side also. And you find someone like um Omale also say, water no get enemy until you fall for Oshimiri. So you get this interplay, and you see this also in your work, and you you look at this from different angles. But given how the sea, served a portal for, will I say, both colonial exploit, and also serve the slaves also in one way, do you think in and about these stuffs also are problems, that we currently are facing with the fluidity of queerness in Nigeria? That I'm using queerness here now in relation to this idea of water, that ordinarily uh, at one point it's a thing of emancipation and a thing of liberation for a whole lot of reasons, but at the same time many persons are still like, you know you should be from the pit of hell to ordinarily come to juxtapose and present yourself in this particular relation. What is it in Nigeria about this particular phenomenon? First, from the whole idea, from Romeo's Nomad, and then also juxtaposing it with water, and then the whole idea of we having problem with people's orientation, and we forgetting the humanity that comes from the fact that this person is a human being. This group of persons are human beings. And you've seen recent killings in recent time. Recently, the one that happened in Calabar also is still even being investigated. You see cases in Lagos. You see people being beaten, and it wrecks everything that ordinarily should speak of our humanity, and should speak of the way we ordinarily should look at people. And for 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 my mental health, I tend to, like, I get shivers whenever I see, and these persons are being humiliated, and it's being posted online, and they're being recorded, and it's like something people can't even talk about. I know I've, like, convoluted like two, three stuffs now in one, but if we could start with Romeo's, it's also covered down there. If we could start from there and then head down to the problems of being who one wants to be in a place like Nigeria, by extension also Africa. You hear that kind of place. You say that little clip. They say, if we find you holding hands with a man, mama. I don't know if you've seen that shot. There's a short clip that that, those type of conversations, and people cannot really freely express themselves and be themselves. So yeah, it's a
Um,
whole lot of question in one.
water as a motive has always been there in every form of art, whether the written art, whether sculpture, whether as far as human beings are involved, we'll always be fascinated by water because of the many purposes it serves, the life form that inhabits it, the spiritual significance we attach to it, the fact that it flows. So there is this saying, for example, that you cannot stop water. Even when you create an obstacle against it, it either pulls down that obstacle or creates a way around it. So that fluidity presents a kind of freedom. We use it as a metaphor for freedom for the human person. And that Romeo reflected a lot in his collection, Nomad. So you see, just like you rightly pointed out, how the slave trade was facilitated by water, these ships coming to take people through water to other places. Now, water as a connector, water as something that was supposed to connect point A to point B, also now connects these 2 points, but in a negative way. So instead of us to now move over to this point B, from point A to this point B, maybe as explorers, maybe as tourists, maybe as people who are just seeking other people on the other side, of the distance. We are moving, we are being moved as cargoes, we are being moved as properties to be owned. It is not really a water issue as it is a human issue. Water there becomes an innocent power that is acquired and then used for whatever purpose the person who has acquired it wants it to be used for. That is why even Romeo's liberation also kind of comes from water. Through water, he runs away from the people who are after him, who are after his life. So for him now, water may still be a traumatic experience because what takes him there is traumatic, but it is a necessary means of escape. Now, there are still people for whom water is just for tourism. They go for boat cruise and everything. It is still the same water. Nothing has changed about this water. What only changes are the human beings who are using it and what they are using it for, the application that they're using it for. So that is why water will remain a motive, an everlasting motive in our literature, in our arts, and we will continue to interrogate it depending on how it affects us. The person whose brother jumps into water to commit suicide cannot reflect on water on as in the same way the person whose brother becomes a naval officer. So because for these two people, the experience is different. For these two people, one is depressing, the other one is elevating. But the fluidity that water presents and its resilience, its ability to either bring down obstacles or go around it is a forceful motive for the queer person, not just in Nigeria, but every other place. Nigeria may happen to be one of the worst one of the worst places to be queer, but to be queer in any part of the world is itself something terrifying, even in those places where they have their rights secured by law and
Freedom.
exactly. So the only difference with Nigerian zone is that we have state-sanctioned homophobia. That does not mean that there is no homophobia even in the US or any other places where their rights are enshrined in the list. It's just that it's not state-sanctioned. So queerness is, like I said, simply us being afraid of what is different and what we do not understand. So we tend to tag everything evil. to what is different. So, and of course, we find justifications for all these things in culture. We find justification for it in religion and every other thing. And there is a sort of ego, right, that also comes with it. So if you hear somebody say, why will my fellow man leave a woman and be chasing after man, right? So he's judging it simply from his own point of view, right? The fact that I wouldn't do this, so why would any other person do it? I wouldn't do this, so why would any other person do it? There is that sense of you must be like us, or else you are abominable. You must be like us, or else you are demonic. And when things like this happen, we do not even tend to look at the science of it. We are not interested in the sense of it. We give it our own religious coloration, our own cultural coloration, and we run with it. So for some it is demonic, for some it is abominable, for some it is for ritual people. But there's a group of people, or there's this prevalent belief that people engage in homosexuality, for example, for money. And when you ask them how, different instances are given. So there is the instance of someone engaging in it to take the destiny of the person he's having sex with and use it to advance in his or her business. There is the instance of people doing it because they'll be paid and everything. And the problem with this narrative is that it reduces sexuality to sex. It reduces sexual orientation to sex. So for this person now, homosexuality in itself is not an attraction. It is not a sexual attraction. It is just an act of having sex. The other time, this Italian bishop's document that said that one can still be ordained priest even as a gay person once the person is not defaulting on his vow of celibacy.
Active, sexually active.
Once the person is not
Yeah.
defaulting, and you have people saying, "How can he be gay and be celibate?" And I begin to wonder, but somebody can be straight and be
So
celibate. So for them, what it means to be gay is the fact that you are having sex with the person. The fact that you're having sex with someone of your own uh, gender. That is what for them it means to be gay. So the idea of homosexuality and celibacy cannot, be reconciled as far as they are concerned. So the whole homophobia of a thing.
can I, before you continue, just pointing out something like in the in the in the King and the Horseman, you get to see the whole conversation that comes in and about um, the problem with the white man at that particular point is it's coming to ward off or destroy what he doesn't understand as to the conversations that also went down there. And you pointed out the idea of the science behind this. And for a very long period of time, I have been fascinated by evolution from an ethical standpoint because I try to dabble into ethical theories and conversations about that and how people get to interpret that in religion and how people tend to interpret that with their religious beliefs. You're going to look at evolution for different reasons, and you look at how evolution has come to be interpreted. A thing that many persons tend to just want to wait, just like it's nothing. And but then the church is saying you cannot just throw off evolution just by the wave of hand. Darwin, for a whole lot of reason, had a dangerous idea. And this dangerous idea is not a dangerous idea from a dangerous ideas perspective, but a dangerous idea in the same way Daniel Dennett would come to talk about Darwin's dangerous idea, in as much as it becoming like a universal acid. Anything it touches, like an acid, ordinarily destroys anything it touches. So this Darwinian universal acid, which touches on everything universal, tends to destroy it, tends to melt it, and then brings it under the fire and wants to test it. And for the longest part, I remember also in the early part of this our conversation, we talked about the idea that there's a part you find yourself. There's a particular family you find yourself. There's a part of the world you find yourself that ordinarily will come to influence how you do things, how you go about life, and stuff like that. Take for instance, yesterday, I had I I left the room. I didn't go out with my card. So I have a train subscription that ordinarily allows me to almost like navigate the metropolitan area where I am without ordinarily getting tickets all the time. So it's cheaper. You get to do like 2 3 months. So it allows you to almost use the public trains, the public transportation system without anything here. And there was this girl I approached. I'm like, oh, I left my card back at home, and then there's this case that ordinarily, if I get stopped by these ticket guys, I ordinarily will be booked for a ticket. In my head, I know since I have a card already, the only thing that would book me, they will book me with the potentiality of me coming to prove that indeed I have that card at home. So what I will be charged for is to pay for that particular period, that particular day I defaulted, not the entirety of about, sometimes it goes as high as 160, sometimes even 200, depending on the country you find yourself at that point. And I approached this young guy. I'm like, can you help me? It's less than five euros, right? Can you help me? Can you help me run this particular stuff so I don't get to default the law and those type of stuff? And she just said it politely but coldly also. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. And and that was it. And for the longest, but that's what I was telling you. If I could call you in a bit longer time, and because I had to calm down first. I don't want to be in that situation where I'll be a defaulter of this. I'm like, it's gonna be much more embarrassing that it happens that way. So I just stepped out and then waited for some time, and then I had to like log into my phone and then try to get an EID card or something that ordinarily can show one or two, because I left I left the entirety of everything here, and that's the problem sometimes of coming to use wallet. They tend to bring. So I left the entire card down here, and it, I needed to get an EID card. Well, I'm not blaming. I didn't come to blame the girl.
No.
Probably she was raised in a way that ordinarily can say, you have to critically look at things before you come to help somebody, or probably she was raised in a home that ordinarily looked at the color of the skin. But I don't bring up skin when I talk about skin. Is like the last thing that I bring up, because if you always want to bring the skin every time, you will lose the sense of the next person's experience and their humanity. So bringing that also to this particular conversation, many persons have not come to situate the life of this person in their own situation. And in conversations with Nikki Giovanni, Barwin and Nikki Giovanni, you get to come to hear him talk about the idea that the world is sustained by the love of a very few persons. And when he was talking about love here, he wasn't talking about the love that comes in and about heterosexual relationship. He was talking about love as love. But then what do people convolute as love in their head? Like you've said, they convolute sexual orientation to sex. So for you to be in love, you have to be performing something. You have to be demonstrating and doing something ordinarily. They don't look at biology. They don't look at experiences. They don't look at empathy. They don't look at sympathy. They don't look at a lot of things. And they don't look at the fact that, like Dolly Parton, this person ordinarily can be family. And if this person is family, what angle am I really going to be looking at this person from? You will not come to understand the idea of someone having cerebral palsy until your own family member come to be suffering from that. You will not come to understand what autism spectrum is and how you can ordinarily accommodate such a person until you have your family member in that particular situation. And you will not come to really understand what it means to really be sick or really be in need, or be bedridden or be crippled, until you have a family member down there. And the moment that happens to you, it changes a whole lot of things. Just like many persons, Dele Faruk to me would say, many persons don't come to think about justice and injustice until it happens to them, and they're not looking at injustice from that particular point. And that's where we are in Nigeria. And so I think for me, it's a lack of empathy. Before you continue, I think it's a lack of empathy on, not just empathy, the lack of human sensibility, the lack of reasoning, and coming to say, beyond my own culture, beyond the way I look at things, beyond whatever selfish desire and aggrandizement of myself and this convolution of what ordinarily has come to be, there's something ordinarily that I don't understand. And the fact that I don't understand it doesn't mean it's wrong. It means I don't understand it. As far as G.K. Chesterton also talked about, if you find yourself in the forest and you come upon a gate without a fence, don't pull down the gate. And he was saying it's just a gate without a fence, but it didn't just come about being there. Something must have arisen before the idea of a gate being in a field without fence. So why not find out first why the gate is there, or if if there's an invincible fence, or if there's an invisible barbed wire or something, rather than just coming to destroy. And it's where we are.
The example you gave about, seeking for help in the train and the girl's, response and everything, it got me thinking about help and how we tend to, judge people who are not quick to offer help as wicked, as maybe racist, if it happens to be in a place where we are not of the same skin color. It got me thinking of it because recently I was coming inside school from outside, so we call it in soccer town. So I was coming inside UNN from soccer town, and in the bus I was this young guy, maybe 14, 15 years of age. He came to the bus. He wanted to board the bus. He begged the guy in front of me to help him pay for the transport fare that does not have money on him. And the transport fare was only 300 naira. So I don't know whatever he discussed with the guy, but the guy refused to pay for the transport fare. So he came to me and he was like, Brother Biko, he doesn't have transport fare. He has to be inside UNN for something. I didn't even bother to ask him what he was coming inside UNN to do because it's obvious he's not a student or anything. So I felt like, oh, since it's 300 now, it's not much for me. It's something I can do. And in my mind, I was feeling like this kind of, good person. I'm better than the person in front of me who refused to pay for the guy's transport and everything. But then when this guy boarded the bus, these people selling snacks, we are passing. So I bought for myself to take. And this same boy now said, bro, because go tell him like I should buy for him too, that he has not eaten. And then I began to think, is it because I paid your transport fare? Now you want me to also buy for you? And I told him, which was this thing, the cash I had on me, well, there was no extra to buy for him. If I want to buy for me, I will have to start doing transfer or whatever, which I was not interested in doing in any way. I was not obligated to do that. The only arrangement between us is that I pay for your transport fare for you to get inside, and I've already done that. So when I told him that I had run out of money, I cannot buy the snacks for him. The guy now went further to say, okay, I should cut from the one I bought for myself for him. So so that entitlement came just because I agreed to pay for his transport fare inside school. But now the worst part is that I later discovered that he didn't even come inside school to do anything. He had nothing bringing him inside school. He just came for like all this sightseeing. Just wants to walk around school. And I'm very sure that on his way back, you also have to beg someone else for money, for transport fare to get back to Nsukka town. Now there is every possibility that a guy before me who refused to pay has encountered something like that and that made him distrustful of everyone like that boy who comes to ask for transport fare. But when I was judging the situation, I was judging it simply from the fact that this man does not want to pay for this guy because this guy has been profiled, a young guy of 15 years is obviously not a student, he's not well dressed and everything. So I was thinking that this guy has profiled him as one of these uh, no good children who are always walking around. And to try to solve that profiling, I decided to step up and pay. And then I come to discover exactly why the other guy has refused to pay. And now, if tomorrow, out of this experience, I should encounter such a thing, I said, no, I'm not paying. Someone else who did not encounter it will judge me and say, this person is being discriminatory. So I'm just talking it in relation to what the girl, said, and the fact that she doesn't believe. She must have
Yeah, yeah.
experienced, something like that. And it's also that case of, the bad people spoiling things for the good people and everything. But coming to the whole issue of sexual orientation, people offer a lot of arguments as to why they are against, say, homosexuality or thing or bisexuality or things like that. I tend to sympathize, with the ones whose argument from a religious standpoint that my religion condemns this, right? I tend to sympathize with them because if you subscribe to a particular religion, you have to keep the dictates of that religion, and that is where it becomes tricky. Because what if this
Not only the one you think,
yeah, not only the one you think is this thing
sorry, not only the one you find offensive in the next person.
true. So it becomes problematic, if your religion is condemning this. But then there is something about it for those who use the religious argument that shows that it is hypocritical. These same people, let's say they are Christians and say Christianity is against, which is arguable because it depends on how you choose to interpret whatever you are interpreting. You have Christian denominations that are not, at any loggerheads with the issue, and you have the ones that are. But it begins to raise the issue of this same people does not met out the same sort of hatred they met out on gay people, on every other person committing the whole sexual immorality of a thing. Because it is the same thing in their religious destiny. It is the same thing as fornication. But they don't beat people or kill people for fornicating if it is a guy and a girl fornicating. So so it is not because the whole argument that it is because their religion forbids it is just an excuse. This is a hatred that is in them, and they are using religion just as an outlet. If you cannot use religion as an outlet to make this hatred, they use culture. They use many other things. They say it is westernization. The whites brought it to them. They begin to espouse Pan-Africanism that they do not know anything about. They do not even subscribe to. Only on the issue of homosexuality, they become Pan-Africanists. That it is not African. It is un-African, which is not even true. Which is not even true because if you look at papers, scholarly researches that about look at the issue, you see that it is not an African. It is a human phenomenon. And I was telling somebody that if you are saying that homosexuality is an African, and we know for sure that homosexuality is a human phenomenon, then we are questioning the humanity, the full humanity of Africans. It means that they cannot experience this form of humanity because we know that this is a human condition. This is a human phenomenon. So there is also that point of empathy, just like you said. You cannot empathize with someone, and they tend to bring in a lot of slippery slope arguments. So if you allow a man and a man to marry, tomorrow we have to allow a man and a chicken to marry. Tomorrow we have to allow two chickens to marry. That kind of thing. So, but all those things are just points, they are raising to make sure that they deny a particular group of people the, the right to live fully as a human. And there is this thing our politicians have mastered. They have mastered that no matter the religious divide, no matter the ethnic divide, one thing that can always unite Nigerians, for example, is homophobia. So, for example, in 2015, if I can remember correctly, when Goodluck Jonathan is,
Yeah.
doing everything possible to win the votes of both Northerners and every other person, he passes the anti-gay this thing that makes it punishable by 14 years imprisonment. And then everybody praises him, both the Muslims, both the Christians, both the traditionalists, everybody is praising him. But that was a calculated political move for him. So for a politician, or for our politicians, the existence of a people, the dignity of a people, the right for these people to exist as fully human beings becomes a political calculation. So where it is appropriate, we make this illegal. We criminalize this and try to use it to win votes. Now, after everything, when he didn't win the votes, when he didn't win the election, a year or 2 years after, in an interview, he was saying that the law needs to be
Obama.
revisited. No, not Obama. Goodluck was saying that the law needs to be revisited.
Okay. I thought you were talking about him talking about Obama making him lose the elections.
No. That was not the point. Like there was this interview he went. It was like the law needs to be revisited in the light of human rights. So he becomes a human rights advocate all of a sudden. But when it was political expedient for him to criminalize these people, for him to endanger, these are people who are already endangered already. It's not as if they were having a free day in the country. They are already an endangered people. So what he simply did is that he made their endangerment state sanctioned, such that if this person is harassed, if this person is beaten, if this person is killed, nobody can even seek legal uh, legal redress. So that is what you do. You see our politicians always using a group of people that are already marginalized, a group of people that are already powerless, using them as the easy bones to throw to the dogs as a form of distraction. Nigeria may be burning today. A penta of Gary may be selling for 20,000 naira today. But you just need one case of homosexuality and everybody forgets about that and focuses on it. And you just need a politician, a leader, to say, we are punishing these people now with 20 years, we are going to imprison these people. And the person becomes God sent. The person becomes the one who got sent to resist Obama, to resist the demonic influence and everything. So everybody, the thing is that everybody knows what he's doing. Every single, from the politician to the followers to everybody, they know what they are doing, and it's just soft targets. It's a soft target. So if you cannot target the person who is really your problem, you look at the other person who presents differently from you, and then you target the person, and you feel good, after you have dismantled this person, after you have endangered life for that person.
And so in wrapping up this part, like how do you see Nomad, trying to look at the whole idea of liberation, look at the whole idea of emancipation, and the whole idea of, like you rightly said, running away from what ordinarily is trying to kill you? How do you see Nomad trying to reimagining escape, healing, freedom in a post-colonial world, be it from situations whereby family come to, like, feel so alienated from you due to the ways you tend to think and the ways you tend to hold life, and how Romeo tries to portray this and how he carries this in and about his works.
So I think for Nomad, escape is something to be utilized. It's something to be praised. It's not something to be ashamed of, right? So survival is winning. Like, it's a popular quote, survival is winning. So to survive, we have to, try and survive. You have to try and survive. If you are in a fiscal space whereby your survival is not guaranteed, Romeo is urging you in Nomad to seek an escape. But beyond that, Nomad is also saying that he's also condemning the conditions that even made it necessary for you in the first place to seek to escape.
To escape.
Exactly. It's just the conditions are not supposed to be there, and everything must be done to make sure that they are not there. And that even for the person who has escaped, that physical space, the exile comes with its own psychological. So you might have escaped this place physically, but you are still psychologically trapped in some extent to this place, especially if you still have family members there. Even if you do not have family members there, this is a place you have known for maybe the most
Friends.
part of your life. This is a place you have made friends here, and we have made friends who people you called friends, people you vibed with, people you did everything in common with, but who immediately became enemies the moment they learned of your sexual orientation. Yesterday I was reading a book, not a book, an essay by somebody white. So the essay was just him talking about his father who is an evangelical pastor, who, when he came out as gay, the son is the one writing this essay. So when the son, who is writing the essay, came out as gay, and then the father became supportive instead of dismissing him, the father's church suffered because of it. Pastors, that has always been his friend, church members that has always seen him as God sent and everything, started leaving. The enmity came immediately because he accepted his son who came out as gay. And that was how their church attendance reduced from thousands of people who used to come every Sunday to a little above 200. But the man persisted and, everything. But that's a different story. So it is, what I'm saying is that it is a psychological torture. Even if you have escaped this place physically, this is a psychological torture. To know that this person you have shared 4 years of your life, 5 years of your life, turned in a second just because he learned something that does not change anything about you in the first place. You have always been that, even when you were friends. You've always been that, even when you maybe saved him from one problem or the other, shared, a lot of things with him. And all those places, you have never contaminated him. Until the moment you came out, you become demonic and all that. So these are the aspects that Nomad try to look at. The fact that this is not supposed to be in the first place, but since it is already, escape should be sought. But even the escape is not a total liberation. And the fact that this must be documented, I think I mentioned in my review that Nomad is kind of a documentation of memories. So that kind of stuff documents memory. It's like telling stories in verses, and
Yeah,
that
it's okay.
I think it's a good thing that
Okay, you can.
I think it's a good thing that today we are engaging this subject of human sexuality, sexual orientation a lot in our literature. Both in poetry, both in prose, whether it is Chinelo Barantas under the Tree, whether it is Blessings, whether it is
Yeah,
Arin, that is Arinze Ifa cancelled God's Children Are Little Broken Things, which I think is one of the best books, to have come from a Nigerian on the subject. I do rank it here with Chinelo Barantas under
yeah,
the.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I think
I remember the first time I read the work. Okay, sorry. Okay.
I think is a
I'm
good
like,
thing.
I remember the first time I read Arinze's book, and I was like, it's a whole lot. But before then, I'd read Under the Udala Tree by Chinelo, and you see these conversations, and if you also to also juxtapose something like that with Ladipo independence, the whole idea of sex before traveling, they just branched somewhere, veered somewhere, had it fast, and then moved abroad, and those type of conversations as to things you ordinarily cannot do freely, and the way in which we ordinarily come to look at this from Sarah Ladipo to the different persons that have looked at it. It boils down to the fact that we're capable of change, and we're capable of reimagining ourselves. If you look at is it the Stubborn Historian by one of the short stories in Chimamanda's The Chin Around Your Neck, look at this particular place that really struck me. It's like the gods were once known to drink palm wine, but with the advent of the white man, they started taking schnapp and gin. So someone brings up the question that you don't give the gods what you don't eat, and so those type of conversation, it shows that while the chief priest ordinarily might be taking a fancy at things like schnapp and gin, it shows that something new has come to town. The new sheriff is in town, and the ways ordinarily of adaptation also is one way or the other. It's one way or the other changing, and we don't really look at this from that perspective, and it's it's something that has been something that have come down to a very long time for a very long time, and we must continue to have the conversations. Human beings are human beings before our divides, before the things we want to think about. Then they're first humans, and that's in and about how we must look at their life, and also pointing about the whole idea of escape. Many persons, especially when you don't have a chance to travel, or you leave the country by way of migration, whether you do it legally or illegally. This idea becomes, now I am out of that place. And me being in conversation with DK Chukwumerije, he, as far back as 4 or 5 years ago, he has always been re-echoing this particular idea in my head. The idea of the things you see down here on the streets of Europe, the cobblestones, the different stuff you see, were not built by people who ran away. They were not built by people who migrated and they migrated and remained there. They were built by people who said, against all odds, this is my country. I go love and die. I love my country. I can't remember the song we used to sing when we were children. I go love to you. Why did I forget this song? But I don't know if you know the song. It's sung in pidgin, and then Wole Soyinka they did this composition.
Or inside that I go live and
Yeah, you
push me and push and something like that.
and
Yeah, I
so
know
something like in and about that particular stuff. But you see the idea of them showing and the likes of these persons, and not just them alone. Many other persons saying, this place we have to be here. It's our country. You can't have two. Whether you are a Polish Nigerian, or you're a Nigerian German, or you're a British Nigerian, brother, as the way geopolitics is at the moment, you'll be Nigeria. You're in Nigeria, you're in Nigeria. It's a tag that will follow you wherever you go. You see this in the title of Chinua Achebe's Home and Exile. The fact that, there's home and then there's the idea of exile. You see this in the works of Nihi Osundare, of him going on self-exile, and you see him still talking about Nigeria, a poet's dialogue with his country, those type of conversations. And you can't run away. You can't escape that particular stuff. And how many persons can you travel with? How many persons can you escape with? How many family members can you leave the country with? How many friends can you take alongside with you? Except you want to take the entire country. And when you do that, you lose a whole lot. You can't even do that even. So it's like you live here, you have you have Nigerian contacts, you have contacts from other places. While it's good for cosmopolitanism in many ways, you see also the problem. The problem persists. And if I talk about the whole idea of Nigeria, recently you posted that you finished reading Dele Farotimi's bestseller, a book that has caused so many controversy in our bongo. And what do you make of such a work? When it first got released, I think in July or August, as at that particular time, he was hosted by Sheun in Mike's own podcast, and I read the book when it was released, when he granted an interview to Ops, one of these media houses in Lagos, and Dele has always written with this with this sunsetness, like the details of what he ordinarily wants to say, rather than saying it like Obioma, he says it like Jem Cozy, like you say, in reading the work like Four, if you read Jem Cozy's Four, you see so like tiny, but then he captured a whole lot of stuff from the whole island kind of experience and everything, talk about South Africa and all that. Dele writes with these punctures and he just blows and then he goes away. What impression generally, like an overview of this particular stuff, not to the nitty gritties of the case, just in terms of the outcry of this man and what he ordinarily was juxtaposing and how he came to be misunderstood in,
the,
or rather, to be rightly accused by, as some persons will want to say.
the thing with Dele Farotimi is that Dele Farotimi is just one of those Nigerians that are too good, that are too good for the country. When you are, there is a time, there's a way you be very good that even your goodness, your right citizenship becomes a threat, you know, to the country, because the country does not want good citizens like you. You understand? So because good citizens like you means that it's not business as usual. Dele is somebody I've always admired for years, even before the whole release of the book and everything that came with it. But the book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System, is just one of those numerous books that have been written about corruption, in the country.
Of course,
It's something that everybody knows. This is just a lawyer who was talking about corruption of the judiciary as he experienced it. So there was even nothing special about the book. The whole controversy that came with the book, in fact, there is nothing that was said in that book that has not always been suspected, at least.
That referred to
Yeah, people have sang about it. People have sang about. I was listening to this musician King Oti yesterday.
okay.
So he was saying, ekwekwala ka ha, ekwekwala ka ha gbuo gị, a ga-arịọ Chineke mgbaghara. When they kill you, they will ask for forgiveness. He said, and where there is repentance, there is always be forgiveness. So if these people kill you, they will repent. And once they repent, there will always be forgiveness. But then the next line, he now said, even if your matter go for court, my brother, they go use money buy the case. So the fact that it is a common knowledge, on the street that the judiciary, which is supposed to be the last resort of the common man, has in many cases been compromised. In many cases, not one, not two, not three. It is a common knowledge. Everybody on the street knows that. You see, people do not no longer have that level of trust on the judiciary. I say I don't go court. I say, okay, court to court. I say, what that? So that is something that we all know. It is common knowledge. So the book has not said anything special apart from the fact that it mentioned names. The only different thing about it and every other thing we have known is that we know this as a general fact without knowing any particular names. But this one is that it mentions
names.
names. And even with its mentioning of names, it shouldn't have also, been a sensation if not that one of the actors mentioned decided to drag the case by, arresting this person for defamation. And that was what made it a bestseller, which I think is counterproductive to the person. Because if you are trying to bury a narrative and in the course of it, you made the narrative more pronounced. Many people bought that book and read it simply because Dele was arrested because of it. And it's something common with banned books. Once a book is banned, people want to read it. They want to see why it was banned. So once somebody, an author, is arrested
Definitely.
for something, people, there is a reason why someone wrote this. What's the title of that work? Is it Devils? Whatever.
Salmon Rushdie, like
Satanic Verses.
the satanic verses.
There's a reason why it's one of his most selling books today, because of what came after it. So what Dele said is something that we have always suspected, just that we have not attached names to it, and he comes from an insider perspective and start attaching names. And it also happens that one of the names attached are people we so revere, in the legal space and the whole thing that came with it. But beyond the message the book tries to pass across, the book has a very serious editing problem. Dele would have done with, that book would have done better.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bad thing because it has gone on to become a bestseller. And although most people that bought it for the message, but I'm someone who, no matter how good the message is, I also look at the form. I look at not just what is being presented to me, but also how it is being presented. It is not a book I would have, praised normally or, read normally, if not because of the message. And, it's just one of those cases whereby the message is more important than how it was passed.
Nigeria, for you, for me, for a whole lot of persons, what disposition do you have? We are getting old now, and I'm telling my younger ones. One of my younger sisters turned 21, and then the elder sister also is the other way. And I'm telling them, don't grow up. Don't grow up. It's a scam. Don't grow up. It's a crazy thing you don't even want to even see. I tell them that I'm the last person they call for. I'm the last person they call for financial help because the my profession and my way of life don't really permit permit the luxury that ordinarily would have come from having a brother abroad. So it's like I tell them, don't worry. Our younger one, we have a younger brother who is going to be in university by next year. Like, don't worry. You see, these people are mocking me and saying, you self normally, if not for the way of your life and all those type of stuff, we would have been billing you. I said, don't worry. This billing you want to bill me, There's somebody coming. He's going to be in university very soon. You guys are done, Abi. He's coming and he will not call you my sister. He will call you auntie. He'll say, auntie. You know this idea of we calling our elder ones auntie. And
Yeah.
it took them a very long time also for them to stop calling. Say uncle. I said, who be your uncle? I'm your brother. I'm your elder brother. You're calling me uncle. Uncle do you waiting? So this disposition of we being children and we being told Nigeria is going to get better, Nigeria is going to get better. It's almost like a debt of faith for many persons. But then we find Darwin saying, no, we cannot afford despair because what are we going to tell the children? What are we going to tell? What are we going to tell the little ones growing up? What are we even going to tell ourselves when we go to bed and when we want to rise? What ways do you think, not just writing now, but let's start from there. What ways do you think a thing like writing can ordinarily help us? And I don't just mean writing anything, like you pointed out, writing with a serious sense of consciousness, because DK Chukwumeji also has also been talking about this idea of art being very, very conscious, not just art for art's sake, but art coming to have this flair and this touch of it that ordinarily speaks to the crux of the matter. Arts the likes of um, Bob Dylan's Blowing in the Wind and Times Are Changing, and Leonard Cohen's ways of coming to write, or Charles Simich's poems, and these ways of coming to look at things, or even W.B. Yeats or Christopher Okigbo in his high-handedness for many persons. What dispositions do you think we should be looking at now going into the future? Should our writers be exploring our existential crisis, which I think sometimes we also have not really been so proud of doing, because we don't also want to put out this dirty linen of Africa on the on the public space and conversations like that. Conversations around books. The whole idea of you coming to books at the age you came to books, and how ordinarily this, came to shape your life in ways you now get to see, and in ways you ordinarily now have come to look at things for yourself. What do you have to say about our culture, the culture we have currently, whereby there are a whole lot of things in houses, from Christmas shoes every year to Christmas clothes every year to Christmas fowl and Christmas chicken. And recently, uh, Nzetobe and his team, Ebuka, they came up with Okuko Christmas. In our current culture, we're currently people devoid of having books in our homes, and sometimes the few we tend to have sometimes are like kept there for some egalitarian purposes. At least, even if it's for that particular idea of display, let it be seen that we have this particular stuff. And why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up as it concerns those who've been exposed to those who've been exposed to as it concerns those who've been exposed to reading and those who've come to write over time. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie will say, for you to be a writer, you have to be a reader, and you don't just want to become a writer overnight by some divine infusion, or you don't want to become Thomas Aquinas. And even Aquinas had secretaries who even had to write what he was dictating to them, because they said his writings were so terrible that you ordinarily cannot even come to see what he wrote. So he rather used secretaries to ordinarily put down what he came down to give us as a Summa Theologia and a couple of other conversations in different stuff. Chinua Achebe found his way to Umuahia, a unity school that ordinarily sought that their principal for a period of time told them not to just read textbooks, and made out time for them to read books, and read books for all you can get. If you read Wole Soyinka's You Must Set for at Dawn, or you read the different works he's put out there, he's talked about the importance of books and the access to books one way or the other. You talk to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, she will tell you she didn't know girls who had hair the likes of hers can ordinarily feature in books, up until she started reading the likes of Achebe, and come to see that girls, her own kind of person, can exist. And also in conversation with Evidence Ajaho, you also come to see the idea of she being influenced first by European books, which were things easy to access before coming to terms with African literature and coming to this particular place. Books have been around, at least in the current form. We now have them in the continent for almost 100 years now. If you're talking about Nwifo Orizu and you're going down that particular place and the exploit he did while he was abroad in the first half of the 20th century, and the interviews he granted in radios, and how he ended up becoming a politician back home. You see that it has played a long role down here, and I don't want to commit a fallacy of this inductive fallacy of because of it has happened to this person, it has happened to this person, it has happened to this person, then ordinarily that should be the truth. But to a large extent, we can see in the lives of J.D. Vance, we can see in the lives of Ben Carson the influence of books and how this came to ordinarily influence the things they did in your own life, in my own life, in the lives of many persons who have come out there to look at books. What is it about our architecture that makes it look as if we cannot insert libraries or shelves in certain parts of our house, as opposed to televisions, as opposed to wine cellars, um, as opposed to places ordinarily that, while you can accommodate things like Okuko Christmas, while you can accommodate things like yam bands and stuff like that, but people also come to invest in books. Is it the cost of getting books, or the fact that it's not just worth it in our culture to ordinarily come to really push people to go down that particular way of coming to be exposed to books pretty early? Or is it that we've not just looked at it
Has to do
critically?
with both cost and us not, valuing it, not seeing it as a priority in our own cultural, setting. I
Right.
think there is a sense in which cost is a problem. Books are quite costly, right? They are quite very costly. So there is a sense in which, the the people who are hungry to read, especially the young ones who are hungry to read, sometimes find these books at price not within their reach. You go to Rubin Heights, for example, one of our most popular bookstores. You want to buy a book, you have read the reviews and all that, and then you see 16,000, and then you see 20,000, and even the cheap ones you see 10,000. I belong to a book club where the book that was recommended for this month costs 8.5. Now, the average student who is not coming from a rich family does not have that money to spend on books. This is somebody that is, struggling to even eat well. I can remember that in my earlier days in university, my monthly allowance then was 10,000 naira. So how can I buy a book of 8,500 naira from a monthly allowance of 10,000 naira? So there is that problem of cost. We can never overlook it, and that's how it is a problem is that there are many people who are willing to read, many young ones who are willing to read, and then you see them searching for PDFs, see them searching, for pirated copies and all that. They are looking for PDF from Z Library to one from one site to another. The hunger is there. They want to read, and it means because they cannot afford it, they try to acquire it from any other means. Them the ethics and everything because they are hungry. They hunger for this knowledge. So that one we cannot deny the place of cost, but there is also the place of not placing priority on this. It is a cultural issue because there are people who can afford to read, who even have the time to read, but will never be caught reading, not even to save their own lives. So you are people who can afford to put, the biggest size of television in their house, but cannot construct a small bookshelf and buy books, not even for decorative purposes. So there is also that set of people, priority as a case. And even among those of us who claim to hunger for knowledge, to hunger for books, but are not buying it, it is also a case of priority because
when you look at the things we buy, you see that we also make sacrifices. We also save money for other things. Okay, for example, I'm complaining now that I have a book that I'm supposed to buy for my book club this month, and because it's 8,500, I found it costly for me to buy, and trying to save up money and everything. I mean, I've bought books that are costlier than that, but at the moment I'm not financially disposed. But the same me went out yesterday with a friend and ended up spending 10,000 naira. That is 1,500 naira more than what I was saying that I found costly for the book, right? So it still comes down to priority. That's going out. It shows that I prioritized it. The places we went and everything we ate and drank was of more immediate, need to me than the book. So even for those of us who claim to hunger for knowledge and cannot afford it, it is still a matter of not prioritizing one over the other. It is still a matter of not being able, to make some necessary sacrifice, and it is a cultural issue. So it is an interplay between that cultural issue of not valuing books and also the cost. So the people who want to read cannot afford it. The people who can afford it do not want to read. And even the people who want to read that with extra efforts can afford it, does not want to put that extra effort, they do not want to make that sacrifice. They don't want to save that money they used to take ice cream, or that money for internet subscription, or any other thing. I mean, you see somebody that is using a flagship phone, the best of iPhone, and he's telling you that he does not have the money he wants to use. So he's using his iPhone to download PDFs. So it is a matter of priority. He didn't steal that iPhone, he saved for it because he needed it. Maybe even saved for up to 2 years to get that iPhone. He didn't steal it. But he does not want to put in that same effort to save for that book that is 8,000 or 10,000 or 12,000 or 20,000. And now he's going to steal it by going to Z Library or any of such other places to get the PDF. So it is a
Wow.
combined issue of priority and then cost. But books are very costly, and they're not, they should look into it. I mean, I understand publishing. I'm a publishing intern at Dry so I understand the money that goes into publishing and everything. And I think this is also part of the places government and organizations, NGOs and co can also subsidize, because you need to empower people, and one of the best ways to empower people is to give them knowledge. So people who hunger and thirst for knowledge should be able to get it at little or no cost. And I think that is one thing I love about the US system. It's very costly. It's a very costly system of education, going to universities in the US and everything. But they still make efforts to see that people who truly hunger and thirst for this knowledge, are able to acquire it at little or no cost, even if they're not in the US. We have a lot of Nigerians who have gotten scholarships to do masters, PhDs, running in hundreds of thousands of dollars, funded by the US government, because they understand that these people hunger and thirst for this, and then they try to make it possible, available to them, even when they don't have the money.
Well, it's such an important takedown there, even you being a critic of even your own self and putting yourself on the on the on the line to tell yourself that particular truth. I hope if people from your book club come at the end of the month to not see you with a book and then come to listen to this and come to say, why didn't you buy the book? I hope you will find a justifiable reason to
I
ordinarily
didn't have the
tell
money.
them that
Don't I don't have the
man
money.
man man must not live on bread alone.
I'm a
Food
broke,
for thought alone cannot be the food man needs.
I'm a broke people, so I don't have the money. They should be providing it for me, pay for free, so that at least I can
Who
write
feed
my.
the starving artists? I hope you come to tell them. Okay.
I will tell them
I hope you
money is
come to
not
tell them that you cannot survive by food for thoughts alone. You need
exactly.
you need physical food and you need pleasure in your life. Life cannot be so bitter. So we have looked at this particular angle and we think the government. the government should do a whole lot of things. I am a strong believer in systems that ordinarily make things work. I was listening to Paikedi give his give his take on the diaspora dialogues the last month on I think 29 or so, and he talked about the whole idea of coming to look at things as they really are, supposed to how we want to perceive these things, and we must start calling out the things we ordinarily should call out. And I also strongly believe, like someone like DK will also say, anything you want to do is in and about the system, you find yourself. And Paikedi will tell you the people down there in the US is not because they are in and about so morally upright. It's in and about the laws that have been kept in place that have made them who they are. So it's in and about the laws that have been kept in the land that have made persons ordinarily not become so overly, zealous in their either good or their bad attitude, so to say. So you see, if people are ordinarily not taking money from students in the US, Parolan will tell us it's because the systems have made it so that if a lecturer ordinarily receives such incentive, he tends to lose his career and tends to lose everything, and the laws are followed to the very end. So our legislators also need to come to know this beyond the escapades and the rides you get to see, and the cars every 2 years. Every 2 years they get to do this. Every year they get to renovate the vice presidents. I've been opportune to be in the villa a couple of times. It's nothing like they have. It's nothing like the outside world. It's nothing like Nigeria. It speaks of too much affluence in one place. Babangida, when building that particular place, the level of DSS you get to pass on the road before you get to the main, it's like it's just out of this world. But there's nothing to renovate. There's nothing to renovate in that place. They don't renovate like this abroad. They don't renovate like this in under normal circumstances. They don't renovate anything even. There's nothing to renovate. Julius Beggars have to come to terms with that particular reality that those tiles they get to put that you have to renovate. There's really nothing to really renovate, and there's really no need to be changing cars and maintaining fleets of a particular convoy that your people ordinarily, you know, don't come to reflect your reality. And Pope Francis, if we are to make reference to him, will say a shepherd should smell like his sheep. And they are one way, doing one thing, and they are costing us a whole lot. Just imagine the number of persons who don't read in Nigeria. Just imagine the persons who want to read and cannot read and would may end up not become writers. Just imagine the Amajiri system and Nigeria in 50 years from now. Just imagine the population of people who are out of school and people who buy the idea that education is a scam. Imagine imagine a situation whereby we lose this particular gap, the current gap of people who already enjoyed and benefited from public education and unity schools and all that, and look at the current gap we are now having of youths being disillusioned by the idea that education is a scam, and then they want to quote Elon Musk. But this same Elon Musk will not employ an engineer who didn't go to school, an engineer who cannot prove a track record. They will quote Reno Mokri as if Reno Mokri is an intellectual to even start with. People just they quote Daddy Freeze, and like I begin to like, it's the places they go to get information and the places they get tend to, these are the people they see.
Somebody that is playing on money is even considered a thought leader. It's one of the biggest problems we have ever, experienced in Nigeria. Ring Amakre, Femi, is it Femi Kayode thing? Before that, these people are even considered good leaders in the first place. So here's the thought, what are they giving? But yeah, it's funny. It's funny
Ah,
because even when it comes to relationship, we go to get relationship advices from celebrities who has nothing, no expertise in the field. They're just celebrities because they're posting their, marriage life and everything. And then when maybe the marriage fails, it becomes a national discussion. It's even funny the kind of things we elevate to the state of national discourse, it's kind of things we trend. the kind of okay. I think it was Professor Moses Ochuno.
Yule Doche, Blessing CEO.
What kind of stuff? I think it was Professor Moses Ochuno that was writing on how we celebrate mediocrity, the kind of thing we reward. Let's say,
Yeah, yeah. Professor Moses,
yeah,
Professor Moses
he took
Ochono talked
the
about it a
example
whole
of
lot.
a student who was abused, a pupil who was abused by the teacher. And because it trended that this person was abused by the teacher, the reward now is that this pupil is given scholarship, house is built, bag of rice. And there's this problem we have. We believe that any problem can be solved with rice. Headache, that person bag of rice.
Money.
Anything bag of rice. So we give a lot of bags of rice. So because this student was abused, this pupil was abused by the teacher, he receives bag of rice, she gets scholarship, I think they also gifted her a bungalow and everything. In all these things, I'm very sure that nobody even gave her any sort of psychological help, any sort of therapy for
Yeah.
the abuse and everything. But she's going to eat rice. She's going to live in a 4 bedroom bungalow. And then, so you see the kind of things we celebrate. That's why some people trend. Somebody just meat pie or fish pie, the person is trending. It's becoming a discussion.
And you give him a car.
And the person knows what's happening.
Now, wow. Like,
So that the kind of things we trend and the kind of things we reward is a culture of mediocrity, and it is available to a people who do not read. I was telling somebody the other day that I cannot be
yeah.
arguing with you because you do not read. So what is there to argue? You do not have any other perspective apart from the one immediately available to you. Maybe the one immediately available to you through your pastor. And they are coming to argue on what exactly. You're coming to propagate the same ignorance you have. There is no reading is not there, and that is why anybody can say anything and you say deep, deep, deep. The person gets to trend, and we reward the person, and the person may even start one business or the other, and we say we invest. Everybody runs to invest. Take for example, Jim Mark. Everybody runs to invest. Jim Mark, I think one of the things that brought him to of course, he was already popular before then, but when he got a lot of prominence and this thing was when he was working on he was driving with his convoy, and then one of the cars in his convoy splashes water on a hawker, and then he comes down and gives the gear
And then he
500,000.
came down.
Yeah, he gives the gear 400,000 naira as apology, and of course everything was captured with the camera, and it's uploaded. I say, oh, this is a good man. Because of this, I'm investing in your business. Because of this, and then the Red King moves. So yeah, there's a culture of
And
mediocrity.
it's a serious problem on the WhatsApp status of brother Anthony Dean, I think yesterday or so. He was talking about this idea of denial, the denial of the fact that that he was talking about the southeast and the issues of killing. It's always been thrown at the Fulani. It's always been thrown at the Fulani, and we don't really want to look at it from our own perspective, and we don't really want to see to it that we ordinarily also have the history of in the world where people of like minds and people who are close kinship also come about destroying their own self. And I think it boils down also to the perspective people have come to also accept about their life and about things and how they ordinarily want to look at it. And you see Professor Moses' argument and you see his pain down that particular, and it's also a thing I share. I like the fact that we can be benevolent, we can give a whole lot of things, but look at what you pointed out early in the whole idea of talking about Romeo's nomad, the stuff that ordinarily makes this person to become a nomad, to become a mendicant, to become somebody on the move, needs to also be addressed. So the whole idea that we need someone like Okulora all the time to come out and say, let us contribute to a particular people, why we must praise that, the root cause of such symptoms ordinarily also needs to be treated.
Exactly.
Because I, for one, would not ordinarily want my mother's picture to be on the internet soliciting for funds.
Yeah.
It takes away that dignity, it takes away a whole lot of things. But these are the things many persons now don't see necessary. You just meet the other time was an accountant who ordinarily did accounting in the 90s, and all of a sudden, let us take our brother out of the street. Let us take our brother out of the street. But when it comes to time of elections, but the person that is even trying to take care of this person, take this person out of the street is himself in the street too. But he wants to take another person out of the street,
Sometimes
and later on they have to talk about how to share.
he acted in Nollywood in the 1960s. Now he's in the street. Let us take him out of the street. Like he played one match for Super Eagles. Now he's in the street. Let us take him out of the street. We like to be benevolent and charitable when the cameras are, they are rolling. Once the cameras are rolling, everybody is a person of charity. But there is this particular saying that
Yeah,
there's this particular saying that the purpose, the goal of charity should be to eradicate cases that demands for that charity. That should be the purpose. But no, that is not what we want. We want to get the cameras rolling, and then we give people, okay, for example, we line old women, mothers, we line them up and give them 2 tubers of yam and 2 sachets of spaghetti, and then they raise it up. And we snap them, and these pictures are trending. These are people's mother. They are trending. You see all the things that happened last December. People were dying for bags of rice. Some of those things
of
are just
course, the stampede,
10 kg,
the
10
ex
kg bag
Oni's
of rice,
ex-wife, and all those
sometimes
stuff.
25 kg, sometimes 5 kg bag of rice. And people were dying. And that is the kind of charity we do. Somebody was writing the other time on the kind of things we do in orphanages, where we turn these orphans to be secuse material. So you come on your own birthday, not their own birthday, not anything. On your own birthday, you come with rows of toilet tissue and all that, and you go and disturb the children who maybe were having their playtime or whatever. They come and line up with you. Of course, they ask them to smile. We turn them to secuse show. You wait till next year again when it is your birthday. Who goes there? Who does the real charity of going there and celebrating their own birthdays for them? Who does the real charity of going there and maybe reading stories to them? Who does the real charity of going there and being a father figure, a mother figure, or an uncle figure, an aunt figure in their life? Nobody does that. We are doing whatever we do for the camera, and then we say that we are benevolent people. I don't think we are not a benevolent people. We just like to do things that excite us, and that means if somebody shouts fish pie in a way that we like, we give him a car and everything. After 2 years, this guy that used to say, how many of you remember this guy? After 2 years, that guy that does, how many of you remember this guy? We come and then
Lucky
tell
who
us,
do?
huh?
Lucky who do?
Lucky, after 2 years, Lucky will tell us that in the 2 years ago, he was the fish pie person, he was this one. They're not a serious people. We do not what we attack symptoms, right? Forgetting the root causes of these symptoms. We believe that once we throw a bag of rice to this person, he will never go hungry again. And it is a problem when it comes to charity. And it is still part of that culture of mediocrity. It is still because we are not a reading people. Because I believe that reading means, it brings critical thinking into the life of a person. Many of us cannot think critically.
Sure, and it's something we don't even want to even start to peel off the layers that ordinarily can be gotten down there, and people will just continue to emulate and be influenced by ordinarily the people they would just want to be influenced by. And many persons say, in our generation we've made people who ordinarily shouldn't be popular very, very popular by the means of cameras and stuff like that. And in conversation with a poet and a critic on Monday, I had this conversation also, and we're talking about the whole idea of misplaced priorities and the places how we've come to reduce everything down to money. Just have money and your sins can be exonerated. Just have money and most of the things you tend to do can go away. It's just like the example you cited, don't allow them kill you, because when they finish, they will go and ask God for forgiveness. And even when you go to court, they can see sort out their problems down there. Today we've been in conversation with uh, a Nigerian, a strong voice at that. I don't want to sound as if I am in and about just flattery, but it's not in and about just flattery alone. It is what it is. It is who he is. It is what he has been doing. It is what we have come to know him for. And we We thank him for granting us the opportunity to talk to him today. We've been talking to a man who has been contributing to the literary space in his own quarter, in his own way, in the ways he ordinarily thinks we at the moment can ordinarily come to look at things. We've looked at different conversations. We've looked at literature as a tool. We've looked at identity and the whole idea of migration and the whole idea of escapism in need of or in search of a place to ordinarily call home. But in coming to find that place in Romeo's Nomad, you still see that you have this trauma and the reality that in and about home being a place where you are, you carry it also in your heart. We've looked at environmental um, advocacy and climate. We've looked at the different ways upon which Ezewanyis and DBS ordinarily have come to affect our water bodies and the different things ordinarily that go down there, and how we now try to always pollute the water bodies with Fantas and Coke, as though this also was a tradition, as opposed to the closest something that ordinarily we should be talking about is the probability of libation or even using palm wine, but it's not even used, it's Fanta. And what is the argument? The argument is the idea of the sweetness, and you want to entice the gods by Fanta, and they don't really see to it that in and about this don't really come to work. We've looked at the dangers and the downsides of a thing like Awele, and ordinarily how people ordinarily can succeed by following the laws of nature, by following the laws
You
of
know, you
business,
know,
by
you
following
know,
the laws of economics, by following the
Awole is even the lesser evil. When you talk of that, you're even talking of Okite. Okite is the is the worst part of that. Awole is even the lesser evil. At least
yeah. And
Awole requires that you already have something you are doing for the thing to, work. Okite does not need you to do anything.
yeah, so we've looked at Bishop Ndia, this thing, and more. We had what's
Bishop
that his name
Ndidi.
again? Bishop Ndidibia, that's Aqua, and we've looked at the whole idea and the extremist ways of ordinarily going to acquire Ogu, and how our people ordinarily, one way or the other, have been disillusioned by the fact that Ogu is the theme of Odinami, is the theme of ordinarily where we ordinarily are to go. And you see someone like Nze Tobe lamenting about a whole lot of things as to what ordinarily should be, as opposed to what people have been brainwashed to come to believe about their own culture. And you see you see someone like Father Ali coming to advocate for a renaissance of what things how things ordinarily should be. Think um Emeka Ali, Father Emeka
Like,
Ali,
yeah.
of he's an oblate of Mary, and he's researching into the theologies that have emanated after post-colonialism, and conversations in and about that. And you also see the backlash he is also receiving from amongst his own kindred and from amongst his own brothers and sisters, as opposed to, how things ordinarily shouldn't be. We've looked at conversations about looking at our humanity and looking at ourselves first before we ordinarily should be looking at other things. We've talked about the whole idea of blending our own folklore and accepting who we are for who we are. We cannot be any other person. We've looked at gender and patriarchy, not just in Africa, but in the world at large. We've looked at the problems of literature and how things ordinarily ordinarily are at the moment, and the things ordinarily we should do to better our reading culture, how the government should come in, and how things ordinarily should be funded to ordinarily make literature accessible. We've looked at the fact that big men and big women, if that's what they like to be called in Nigeria, the idea of being a big man or a big woman, in if these big men and big women ordinarily want their own property to be saved, they ordinarily have to cater to the needs of the people, because in the long run, what would happen is that their children will not be here. And we have seen that in businesses in the East that fell, enterprises that were booming years ago, enterprises that looked like the likes of Roban and the different places, but because the children were not there to continue, because ordinarily structures were not kept in place, and because your children definitely want to live better life. How many of them ordinarily will come to stay back? So if you don't cater for the needs and look at society from a communal and a holistic perspective, either you're looking at it from the angle of Ubuntu or you're looking at it from the angle of Ujama. If you don't look at this from Nyerere's perspective or the perspective ordinarily that see to it that the future be safe, your own children won't be here. Dear big man, dear big woman, your own children would ordinarily be alienated from you. And that is what we are seeing. Is it Nyesom Wike and his children always graduating from abroad? Or is it Rochas and his children always graduating from abroad and then they go there to take those fine pictures with those fine jackets and fine coats? The children don't stay with them. They don't stay with them. They don't know their children. They don't even know their children's orientation. They don't even know their children's friends because they are back home farming money, but they are also losing touch with their family. So we've also looked at how literature can ordinarily change a generation. And please let nobody deceive you, young person. Ideas, ideas changed the world. It was Hitler's Mein Kampf and the different stuff that were written around that period and the different stuff that came to sow the fear that ordinarily caused a thing like the Holocaust. It was not it was not just born out of nowhere. The Holocaust and the idea of the World War One and the World War Two were born out of lots of ideologies, and these ideologies also came to take their bearings at a particular point. The brother, the Wright brothers at the point thought about the idea of flying. They didn't ordinarily understand how such a thing could take place, but it ordinarily was translated. Christopher Kibo and the many physicists that died down there during the war had the ideas of ordinarily of things like Ogbunigwe, but there was no space ordinarily to get to replicate that. There was nothing that ordinarily would have told these men and these women that while the world was talking about arms race and a whole lot of things in Europe, they ordinarily had the potentiality of bringing, by way of actuality, the production of a thing like Ogunigwe being talked about in different parts of the world as one very disastrous stuff that can happen to almost anybody or any military might and stuff like that. Ideas change the world. We've been talking about ideas. We've been talking about a whole lot, and we hope that these conversations continue. We hope we've not given you a boring conversation. We hope that also you also continue these conversations in different places you find yourself. I've been your host for today, Biringkpa bin Mecca, the host of the podcast Boring Conversations, and I've been in conversation with Ugochukwu Anadi. Thank you, my brother, for allowing us have this conversation.
Thank you very much. Before I go, I think I would like to point out the fact that it seems that we are even already losing the youth, the young population. It seems we are already losing them. Was it not this morning or yesterday? It was announced that the people who kidnapped the Anambra lawmaker that was killed last December has been caught. And out of 8 of them, only 3 were above the age of 25. Only 3. So it was people of 19, 20, 21-year-old. So, and this is a lawmaker that was kidnapped. They collected a ransom of 100 million naira and still killed him. What is a 19-year-old boy doing in the forest as a kidnapper when he's supposed to be in school? What is a 20-year-old boy doing in the forest as a kidnapper and killing people when he's supposed to be in the school? And this is the young generation who we believe are supposed to be the future leaders. And we're already losing the war with them. We're already using the war with them. And that is because there has been an overemphasis on material pursuits, on Jeshubego, on ego, and everything. And also it is because, like I said earlier, we have refused to criminalize, even though legally it is criminalized, but in our social consciousness, we have refused to criminalize what we call Yahoo. And which means every young person can commit any crime he wants to commit today, make money from it, comes out and say that he's a new taker, and we celebrate him for having successfully scammed people in our own thought, even though he was a kidnapper. Like this 19-year-old boy now, if they weren't caught, they will go as in walking around parading themselves as new takers, and we celebrate them. We sing their praises in clubs. But these are kidnappers. And even if they were internet scammers, as they claim to be, are we supposed to be celebrating that kind of thing? So it is a serious issue that we are already losing the youth, even in the fight. and it is a terrible place. I'm always afraid of what the future of this sort of living will bring for us. So thank you for having me. It has been a wonderful time
I
talking.
I really appreciate that last comment down there. It's a problem. It's a problem. If you look at cyberbulge, if you look at gay, and you look at these things that tend to amuse us sometimes, you look at these their conversations, and you look at Blessing CEO, and you look at that the freeze perspective on money and the whole idea, and it's just been too much conversations about materialism, and it's not even as if we know how to build. It's not even as if we know how to even structure things. Look at the houses we get to have in different estates built upon a place whereby there's no sewage system, there's no drainage system. Every time we have to have houses with heaters inside our rooms. But meanwhile, if I sit down, if I get out of here, go to the kitchen, if I turn the tap one way, I'm getting hot water. If I turn the tap one way, I'm getting cold water. There's no heater in this building. There's no heat. I don't know where the heater is. If there is, I don't know. Maybe the technician or was. I don't know where the heater is. The light in this room has not gone off for the longest period, save for one particular time that um, somebody was cooking, and then the one of the gas the electric cooker malfunctioned, and conversations in and about that. So we are sitting on a time bomb we don't even understand. We are sitting on fake Azu, as you pointed out. We're sitting on a whole lot of things that ordinarily get to kill us. We're sitting on skincare products that we don't really need. We're sitting on influences from the internet that we don't need. An influencer is the one telling you the medication you should take. Yesterday, I was in conversation with a brother of mine, and he said he's a Yoruba guy, and he said he was invited for this webinar, and he went to the webinar. The webinar was up, but he had to send me. He showed me on his computer. It was like, look at the stuff. What is it? The Odogu in you. And I told him, you're a Yoruba guy. I hope you understand the title of what you are ordinarily about. He was like, they said he'll be nice. He wants to check it. I said, okay, log in and let's see what is there. The moment he opened it, he saw the displays, and he was like, I told you, I am an Igbo guy. I said, Odogu, you can only mean one thing. Sex enhancement drugs, and they want you to see how you can. So, like you rightly said, what will a 22-year-old, 23-year-old be look? How much money can you get? And you see also this idea of nine sacrifice and the conversations about that. And you pointed out the idea that, what about the serial number? What about the serial number of money? What about the serial number of funds we ordinarily claim to have? Because if I if I should open if I should open a drawer down here, and then this is the this thing France CFA. So this is a short time in Congo. If you look at this, even if it's not a Nigerian, I don't know if you can. Even if it's not a Nigerian currency, it has a serial number. It belongs to the government of the Congolese government. But in and about this is the fact that it has serial number. So what is the logic of you, doing Okite? What is the logic of? I want to understand. This is also from a different country I also visited. But when you look, it has its own serial number also. So what is this idea of making money? And where's miracle money coming from? Where's miracle recharge card coming from? Why are we not critiquing this idea of pastors getting to say these things, and we allow them to go scot-free? Why are we allowing the conversations in and about what Odumeji gets to say to just be something for amusement and something for Neka to use and do her jokes and mimic this stuff, and OC Constance? These are things I don't want to see, but these are things. There's no way you come on the internet that the
Yeah.
algorithm don't force them down your throat.
Yeah.
And sometimes you stop and you laugh. You cannot run away from the laughter. You have to laugh, especially when Neka has to put on her costume and she's coming, and you cannot, you cannot help but laugh at it. But it's also a problem. And now also with the whole rise of making things easy, now they want to even add everything to, they need assistance, like you pointed out in the past, to do almost everything. But who would bake bread? Who will maintain the road? Who would be the sociologists we will have tomorrow? Who are those that will be called anthropologists? Who are those that will be called novelists? Who are those that will be called critics?
Everybody's a
Who are
content
those that will
creator
be,
now. Everybody's working on the internet. If you're not working
and
on the
it's
internet, you are doing fine by TikTok. You're advertising skincare products, stuff like that. Hey, as well.
if they shut down this thing, if they shut down this stuff, if they look at the US now, the whole idea of being a TikToker on the US was almost threatened.
Yeah.
If government cannot reach compromises, if you happen to be in North Korea or you happen to be in China where these things are not allowed, how can you ordinarily come to accept your God-given talent? I don't think God created me to, if we are to go by that, I don't think I was brought down here to ordinarily want to become a content creator. As noble as it might be for certain persons, but it's the whole exodus. Everybody is in and about. Like you are finishing school, you are thinking of saving money to get an iPhone, and after that, what happens? I want to put the camera where ordinarily camera shouldn't be. Hannah Arendt, the German philosopher, would talk about the distinction between the private space and the public space, and there's almost no distinction now. People, and we go about committing what the American philosopher also Frankfurt will talk about the idea of bullshitting. Everybody's just bullshitting around. Everybody's just saying things that don't really make sense.
This
Just
begins
the idea of
this
farming.
begins to give relevance to people who are not supposed to be relevant in the first place. It begins to give somebody is an influencer, and what makes this person an influencer? Because she works on TikTok. What makes this guy an influencer? Because he's always doing his neck like he has he has one thing he's suffering from. So you begin to give relevance to people who have no business being relevant, and we lose talent. We lose a lot of talent. People who literally build society
So
are on the internet dancing.
So as we wrap up, dear Nigerians, as we wrap up, young Africans, please don't be deceived by the idea of the fact that it's in and about money. Money is a construct, and money can be looked at from different perspectives. There was a time it was trade by barter. You get things and it gets exchanged, and money has a history. And when you look at the history of money, you come to see that it's a social contract upon which people can ordinarily use things. So that if I find myself tomorrow again in Congo, I bring out this money, I give it to a Congolese down there, it can be accepted. But if I find myself in Ukraine or wheresoever research or anything takes me to, and I give them the currency upon which they accept in that country as a legal tender, it sorts everything. It's not this huge stuff you see our uncles and our aunties having in their bank account and keeping down there as the paper stuff. And it's also one of the things also we've had a problem with. We need people to think. Scientists should be thinking. We need people to study anatomy. We need people to study biology. We need people to do botany. We need people to do philosophy, sociology. We need people to become literary critics. We need people to become chemists. We need people to become drivers, professional drivers. We need mechanics, not even as we have it. We need to revamp that particular system, because you as a big man, the worst comes to the worst, you cannot wash your car,
Mm.
you cannot fuel your car, you cannot fix your tire, you cannot do this. You still need people. So don't let them deceive you that in and about everybody has to have to come to this idea of making money. It's not the case. It's the case that we need each other, so that everybody cannot be doctors, everybody cannot be engineers, everybody cannot be lawyers, everybody cannot be scientists, everybody cannot be one thing.
Mm.
If you go about monopoly, if all of us come to have this money, let's assume all of us come to have this money, my dear brothers and sisters, in the end, we still fall back to the same level, because we all have the money. The cook has the money, the chef has the money, different people have the money. So we go back to the same cycle again. We can continue talking about these things today till tomorrow, but I share your fear, my brother, and I'm also afraid. I'm afraid of that particular level upon which we will have people who don't think. We will come to that particular level where we will start accepting people to migrate to our country to ordinarily do for us what we cannot even pay for.
Mm.
And we will go back to Thomas Hobbes' state of nature and that level of anarchy upon which a 22-year-old having the mind of killing somebody, whereby those days you cannot even be thinking of wanting to even really, really be the one to sleep with a girl to ordinarily take what is called virginity. That blood, you don't want to be the one to see it, but now you can take a machete to unalive somebody, and it's something we shouldn't be joking about. And we have a large chunk of people outside school. And you see Reno saying, what did P2B do when he was governor of Anambra State? He saved money. As a critique, that's not even a critique, as an attack on his person. You are in a country whereby you cannot, the last elections, you couldn't juxtapose between P2B and other politicians, but yet we still feel comfortable that such a man ordinarily is not fit to be president. Let us continue to deceive ourselves. We would see ourselves on the other side.
Charlie, no, everybody knows what everybody knows what
I really appreciate. So we end it here. And we hope that the future be kind to us, and history, like Achebe will say, which neither personal fear or favor we can spare anybody from, will not come to pass those terrible anathemas on us, and when we must have concluded our betrayal on our time. And in ending the chapter 1 of the trouble with Nigeria, he said, we have lost the 21st, we have lost the 20th century. Are we bent on seeing that we lose the 21st century? Achebe exclaimed, God forbid. And God forbid we get to lose. We've not even started the 21st century yet. And we're already losing it. This is 2025. This is like the first quarter. Yeah, so it's like we're just starting. And we're already losing it. And is this TikTok we want to use to do geopolitics and to go and argue in the United Nations about things that, and these are people that will become politicians. These are people that will become ambassadors. And the problem, one of these problems is the place you ordinarily envisage cannot only be actualized by you alone. You'll be forced to be with those who ordinarily don't want. And that was the problem of Plato with democracy. It brings about the foolishness of people who most of the time are always in the majority, and you vote for a right guy and you don't see the guy win, and you are forced to be with the other people. Agba Jalingo, the cross-riverian activist, asked a simple question yesterday. He said, we are just asking, in 2 years, what have you done? In 2 years, what have T-Pain done? And he will ask for more 4 years. And we said we missed Buhari now. Nobody imagined that we will miss Buhari. Nobody on earth imagined that Buhari will be somebody who will be saying, Boo boo, boo boo, we missed you. But we are seeing that.
it's well.
My brother, thank you for this conversation. Let's end it here.